Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon.
Oh, yes, indeed. Just turn to Spoon wherever you find yourself. However, you find yourself listening to Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1 FM. We are coming to you live from Monrovia, Liberia. So it's just another wonderful, wonderful day in the nation's capital, and we're gonna be taking you up to the time our panelists can arrive here. But before then, we will afford you the opportunity so you can call in and also participate on the show. But today is going to be extraordinary, quite different from the usual call in on the show today. We are around the Christmas and a lot of things happening. The Spoon Foundation is in collaboration with the Numeni foundation, and they've been contributing and distributing rice for our people to celebrate the Christmas St. Grand style, and the distribution started on today. So we're gonna be activating the lines. You will call your name, and we will have your name, and also you will call your number. We have your number for the distribution of the rice for this Christmas. The Spoon Foundation, in collaboration with the Numeni foundation, they're making this a distribution for the ordinary people, ordinary Liberians, people who are at the bottom of the pie, to find something to eat for this Christmas. They say every season there is a reason, and you are the reason. That's why we are here to give back to society. So not only the Numeni foundation, but also the Fuller Progressive Union and servant organizations. They've been contributing immensely to this endeavor, contributing to the distribution of this rice for the festive season for our people. So thank you for joining us. We are live on Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1 FM, and Super TV, Fabric TV, and Spoon TV, and other platforms across the entire world. If you're away there in the US, we want to say you welcome our folks around Liberia. We want to seize this moment to welcome you to today's edition of the broadcast. I'm going to flip quickly to activate the lines, and at which time we're gonna begin this process. I see the lines are already on fire. The lines are already on fire. So welcome. If you are just coming our way, those who are driving or who you drive with care, and this is it here. You can call us on 0555 101075 0555 101075 to be live here and call your name, your number, just to get a rice for yourself, for your household, for this Christmas, and we would like to say thank you so much to all those who who've been contributing to this endeavor, the fuller, progressive union and servant organization. They contributed immensely, and also the Numeni Foundation in collaboration with our own, Spoon Foundation here. My name is Strokon Flammer, and you can have your calls coming in. Let me see this one. Let me get this line activated so we can start the process. Hello, good evening.
Really?
Welcome. Tell
So
us,
I don't know.
Joetta.
Yeah.
Okay, Joetta, Noah.
Eh,
Okay, Joetta Noah, what's your number?
781
0881
411
411
835.
411835. Joetta, and Joetta.
But no money. Oh, I'm on you.
Not mobile money, they think I reso. Res can come
What?
through mobile money. You coming here for
All right.
on Monday. On Monday. Distribution will start on Monday. So thank you for calling. We have to take the next person here. Hello, good evening, welcome.
Yeah, hello. My name is Paul Siama.
For
Siama, calling from Panamsville.
Ziama.
I have clinical problem in the weekend. Siama,
Okay. ZIAMAH. What's your number, Mr. Ziama?
My number is orange number
Call your number. Call it.
0770
Mm-hmm.
14
14
52
52
97.
97. Thank you. We move over to this person. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening. Hello. Oh, we can't get you. Sorry, you have to call back. We can get you. Your line quite distorted. Hello, good evening. Welcome. Let's hear you. Welcome.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Yes, welcome. Let's hear you.
Yes.
Your name and where are you calling from?
Morning Dennis from Johnsonville.
Come again.
Morning Dennis from Johnsonville.
Molly.
Yes.
Okay.
Morning A. Dennis from Johnsonville.
Okay. Molly E. Dennis.
MAUD MAUDLYNE.
Okay, I think I got it.
In the middle and DENNIS Dennis.
Okay.
I'm using orange number.
Please call that number quickly.
0777
Mm-hmm.
804
804.
34.
Come again.
777
Mm-hmm.
804
Mm-hmm.
384.
3
84.
384. Thank you.
804 384.
804 384. Okay, we got that.
Yes.
Hello, good evening. Welcome.
Hello?
Yes, yeah, hello. Just move away from your radio now.
Yeah, hello?
Hello, let's hear you.
Yeah, I call from Kakata.
Your name.
But my name is Zikon Fabimu.
You say who?
Zikon Fabimu. FAHN BMOORE.
Fan B Mo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fabimu.
Fan B Mo.
Yeah, B is in the middle.
Mm-hmm. Call your number, please.
0886
0886
90
90
50
50
81.
81.
Yeah.
Thank you. Fine.
Okay.
Hello, good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, hello.
Welcome. Let's hear you. Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Doris K. Boy.
Okay. Doris K.
Boa, B-O-H.
Boah.
0775
0775
04
04
2766.
2760 66. Okay. 276.
2666.
Yeah. 0775 04
Yeah,
2766.
yeah, 66.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
where are we going Monday for the rice?
Come to Spoon, Congo Town.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yes, welcome. Let's hear you.
Okay, my name is Thompson NWG.
Thompson.
I'm calling from District 1.
Okay, Thompson Chie.
And Chie, CHEA, Chie.
Okay, CHEA. Chie. Your number, please.
My number is 0777
0777
44
44
87
87
3701.
3701.
Yeah. 44 3701.
44.
37
Okay, 3701.
01.
All right. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, good evening. Welcome. Let's have this person here. Hello, good evening. Let me take it. Hello. Yes. Hello, welcome.
Yes. My name is Robert Jaffa. Calling from Malawi.
Okay, welcome.
Yes.
Okay. Berko Siafa.
Yeah.
Your number, please.
0777
0777
47
47
40 86.
86. Thank you. Siafa.
Okay.
Hello, good evening. We'll take another person here. Hello, good evening. Hello, welcome.
Hello?
Welcome. Let's hear you. Welcome. Your name and where are you calling us from?
Christina Walker.
Come again.
Christina Walker.
Christiana Walker. Okay, Christiana Walker. Your number, please.
0776
07. Come again.
076
0776
96
96
47
47
80.
80. Thank you so much. Okay, drop the line. We'll take this person. Hello, good evening. Welcome.
Hello, how you doing?
Okay, your name and where are you calling us from?
My name is Madeline. I'm calling from Energy.
Go ahead. Madeline.
Newman.
Okay, Madeline. Yuma and Y UMAH. Your number, please.
0776
0776
44
44
777
777 and
6.
what?
0776
Mm-hmm.
44
44 777 and what?
6.
6. Thank you.
Mm.
Okay, we'll take this person. Hello, good evening.
Yes, hello. How you doing?
I'm okay. Your name quickly.
Benita J.
Benita.
T-A-N-E-T-T-A.
Benetta. Benita Gay.
G-A-Y-E. Yes, G-A-Y-E.
Gaye. All right, your number, please.
0776
0776
299
299
370.
0370. Thank you. Hello, good evening. Take this person. Hello, good evening. Hello.
Yeah, hello?
Your name, please. Just move away.
Yeah,
from
I'm
the radio.
NFP and I call from Soul Clinic.
Come again.
I'm NFP and I call from Soul Clinic.
Okay. NSP.
And I call from Soul Clinic.
All right, your number, please.
0770
0770
47
47
64
84
79.
79. Okay, this person. Hello, good evening. Hello, welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome. Let's hear you. Welcome. Your name and where are you calling us from?
My name is Mussolini Samuel, calling from Johnson.
You too fast. Take time. Yeah, go.
0775
No, your name again.
Mussolini Samuel.
Musu, then you put Lean there, right?
Yeah?
Musu Lean.
Yeah, Mussolini Samuel.
Okay. Your number, please.
0775
0775 08.
Yeah. 2011.
2011. Thank you, Madam Family.
Thank you. Okay.
Hello, good evening. We take this person.
Yeah. I'm Michael J. Dolo.
Michael
J. Dolo.
Michael J. Dolo.
Yeah.
Your number, Michael.
077
0776
60
077 what?
60
60
72
72
168
188
168.
68.
Yeah, 168.
Okay, 0776 072 168.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, welcome, sir.
Okay, we'll go to this line. Hello, good evening, welcome.
Yeah, good evening. This is Moses calling from Duboro, Sarah.
Moses. Calling from Moses who?
Moses Reagan, Reagan.
Reagan. Reagan.
Yeah.
Okay, your number, please, Reagan.
My number is 0888
0888
85
85 85
00.
00. Thank you, Reagan.
Okay.
To this line. Hello, good evening. Hello, welcome.
I call for Hamani.
You say who? Your name?
William P. Belet.
William?
Yes, B-E-A-L-E-T.
William BLA.
Yes.
Okay.
My number is 0880
088
to 314
Come again?
0880 53 1425.
53
Yeah, 53 not 145.
25. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Take this other person. Hello, good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm David Mo.
David Flomo.
Yeah, 0775
Man, wait, take time. Let me read it for you.
0775
Wait,
84
Flomo,
88
wait.
21.
Don't rush. You already on the line. Just wait.
Okay.
To your own time. Okay, let's go ahead now. The number
All right, 0775
0775
84
84
88
88
21.
21. Thank you, Flomo. Take
Okay.
this person. Hello, good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, good evening.
Let's hear you. Your name and where are you joining us from?
My name is Jerome Kennedy, according to our capital Tabas.
Joel?
Jerome.
Jerome?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Jerome Kennedy.
Yeah.
Okay, Diwa. There go. Your number.
My number is 0779
0779.
Hello?
I'm not getting you. 0779.
My number is, sorry, guys, I missed the shield, honestly, 072. Hello?
Kennedy, you ready?
Yeah.
Try again. Go ahead. 077 what?
2.
0772
88
88
69
69
51.
what?
31.
31.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Take another person here. Hello, good evening. Welcome.
How are you?
I'm okay. Your name, please.
Marcus Jasper.
What?
Marcus Jasper.
Mike.
No, Marcus. Marcus.
Okay. Okay, Marcus.
Jasper. JSPR. 0864445.
Wait. Say Jasper.
JASPER. Jasper.
Okay. Yeah, Jasper. Your number, please.
0886
0886
40
40
44
44
35.
3 and 5. Thank you, Jasper.
Yes, excuse me. I just bumped in there. I just bumped in. Can you please give me a
Okay, just keep listening.
what?
We'll tell you why we're taking your number for. Just keep listening. Hello, good evening. Welcome.
Hello?
Hello, good evening. Welcome.
Yeah.
Your name?
Comfort.
Comfort Harris. Waiting for me. All right. Number, please.
0775
0775
62
62
7476
7. Is it 74
7476.
76? Thank you, Harris.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll take another person. Hello, good evening. We'll take another person on this line. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
You are live. Welcome.
Yes.
Let's
My name
see.
is Winston N. Biander from Tupo Road.
Winston. And what the last name?
Yeah, GBEAN.
GBEAN.
GBEANDEH.
DEH. Muyande.
Yes.
Okay. A number, please.
Yes, 0880
0880
64
64
50
50 and
26.
26. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. Welcome.
Hello.
Yes, you are live. Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Papi Dolly, speaking from Dollar Post MRC.
You say who?
Papi Dolly.
$5.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah, your number, please.
0776
0776 what?
57
57
3432
34
32.
3 4 3 and 2. Thank you, Dolly.
Yeah.
Take another
You got
person.
it?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hello, good evening. Welcome.
Hello, my name Comfort
Comfort.
was.
Okay. Comfort. Why?
Yeah, was.
Just why?
Was. Comfort was.
Swa or why?
Was. WRLES. Was.
W-I-L-E. W-I-L-E.
LES.
Wow, okay. Your number, please.
077
077
86
86
28
28
37
37
0.
0. Thank you so much.
Sunday, man.
Hello, good evening. Hello. Move away from your monitor, please. Hello.
Yeah, my name is Keita Bishop.
Come again.
Keita Bishop.
Keita
Bishop.
Keita B. Sheriff.
Shut, S-H-E-R-K.
S-H-E-R. S-H-E-R-K. Okay, sure. Your number, please.
0886
0886
511
5 111
84
83
84.
84 84.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sir.
Welcome.
Just drop the line and then okay, we have more calls to take here. If you are just coming our way listening to Spoon Talk, today's edition of the program, and what we're doing currently, we are soliciting the names and numbers of those who will be receiving rice on Monday. The distribution of our rice for the Christmas season started on today, and then it continues up to the coming weeks. So you call your number, your name, and then we have your number and name here. When you come, we will call that same number and you call your name, and then you get your bag of rice. The rice, the Spoon Foundation, in collaboration with the Numeni Foundation, they are doing this for the festive season for our people, and also the Fuller Progressive Union and Servant Organization. They have been immensely contributing to this endeavor, to have our people to have rice, for this Christmas season, So it's a good thing to have you. If you call in, those who are calling, you call in, then we have your name, number. It doesn't matter where you are. You can call in, and just call your name and number, and then we log your name in so that on Monday you can come. For those who are participating on today, Monday, you can come in the morning. Beginning in the morning, we will be here, and the guys will be on the grounds of the Spoon FM, the premises of Spoon FM, and you will get your bag of rice. If you're just joining us, welcome to the biggest show in the nation, and I want to welcome Dwalu, who just joined us. Dwalu, welcome.
Hey, Trogon.
Yeah.
How you doing, man? What we say? Compliments of the season?
Wish you the same, Yeah. I want to be.
I put the bus over. I'll be fake, yo. I mean, to our people, man, from across the country, I know Trogon did take a lot of names to get people to sign up. Hopefully, you can receive a bag or two. I know not everybody will be able to get it, but the little way you get, hopefully you can have a great season celebration. My brother Fofi Fofana, welcome to the show. From across the country, I want you guys to share the show. It's going to be a great show today. I see James Lambert. Mr. Lambert, how are you doing, sir? I see Thierry Beware, Sonny. Welcome to the show. Matthew Borzi, I'm sorry. Welcome to the show, sir. Mim Sadia, you're ready in something from Indonesia or something. I know I can't read that. I apologize. I'm completely illiterate with that language. I see Corto, Gay Floyd, BT Johnson. Mr. Johnson, how are you doing, sir? I see Charles J.S. Young. Mr. Young, welcome to the show. Philip Bala. Mr. Bala, how are you doing? So, Merry Christmas to everybody. Happy holidays. Hopefully you get a holiday celebration that you deserve. I see Gregory TCS Banner. Mr. Banner, welcome to the show. Johnson Patrick. Mr. Patrick, how are you doing? Lawrence Apperton. Mr. Apperton, hello, sir. Augustine Gonga. Mr. Gonga, hello. Godmother Clinton. Mr. Clinton, I'm pretty sure you're going to be joining us very soon. Welcome to the show. Mibe Oscar. Oscar, how are you doing? Over here, I see Gamia Kamara, James Colette Meliton Civili, Selena Sapolucia, how are you doing? Randall K. Hart, Mr. K. Hart, how are you doing, sir? I see Moses Dewey, Mr. Dewey. Guys, please share the show. We just beginning the show. We have a lot to be spoken about here today. Our aim always to bring the message to you, undiluted. Do everything we can to make sure it's truthful, so you can decipher what direction to take in the country, what to talk about across the country, across the entire shops, the so-called intellectual centers, universities from across the country, in your household, on your palava huts, on trees across the country. We talk about Liberia because before nobody spoke about our country. Now we cannot have that anymore because talking does bring some improvement despite it being slow. Gradually, we will get there. I see Edith Pay, Madam Pay, how are you doing? Jackson K. Miller, Augustine Bailey. To my uncle Austin Miller, I just heard the news about my aunt passing away back in Liberia. I'm going to get details from you. I plan to call you better, and I hope everything is going well with you. I see Charles M. Dolly. Mr. Dolly, how are you doing? Yankwe Malayan. Clarence Jacobs, Mr. Jacobs, Sylvia Harris, Mr. Harris, Aliton Cully, how are you doing, sir? I see IP Quite, Mojoy Spray, Joshua Carter, Mr. Carter, Angeline Smith, Madam Smith, how are you doing? Howard D.S. Dunbar, Miss Madam Dunbar, welcome to the show. Joseph Freeman, hello there, wherever you're watching from. If you're watching from a location, just put it on the thread. I can recognize this. Everybody always tell me, they say, Opa, when you come to Liberia, don't go around Duboro. What did Duboro do in the country? Yeah, put your mom on Duboro. Me, I let Duboro be no. You better leave Duboro alone. Hold your put your mom on Duboro. Big shout out there to Duboro. Keep doing what you do. Always make sure and remember to become a better Liberian than what people describe you to be. I see Jacob Walcon. How are you doing? Prince, Sano Bestman, Mr. Bestman, welcome to the show. Ambassador Gordon, Gola Gray Sr., how are you doing, sir? Jacob Waye, Pitman, welcome. Martha Maximore, welcome to the show, Madam Martha. Over here, see Wonky Me Sandoro, I think out of Providence. How are you doing, my brother? Charles M. Dolly, Lusanin Kaba, Mr. Kaba, how are you doing? Samson Wilson. Welcome to the show, His Excellency Mario Gomoyao. How are you doing, sir? David Richard. Welcome to the show, Moses Reeves. Mr. Reeves, how are you doing? J. Edwin and Saki Jr. Everybody, man, from across the globe, wherever you are, it is about Liberia. We cannot get tired of talking about this location because if we do, somebody else will define the narrative in our country. And our narrative is not going to reflect our own aspirations and our own ambitions for our country. It's going to be defined in a way that we did not write, we did not speak about. Share the show, talk to somebody. It's Saturday afternoon. Over here is 4 p.m. Well, 4:10 p.m. on the east coast of the U.S. I think Liberia is about 5 hours ahead of us. So it's approximately 9:10. If I could be wrong, somebody can correct me in the thread. Approximately 9:10, 9:11 in Liberia. If you're listening out there in Simon Quilly, in Seclipierre, in Bonn, in Bonjima, in Zoe Drew, in Harper, in Plebo, in Barclayville, in Buchanan, in Sesto, in Robertsport, in Tottenham, across the country, wherever you are listening from. Mr. Eugene Smith, how are you doing, sir? Martha Maximo, I think I say your name already. Everywhere you are listening from across Monrovia, Clarendon, Bonneville, Painesville. What's that rapper that listed the communities across Monrovia, Joe Ball, whatever you are? I see, what you call it? What's the place called? Johnsonville, Battery Factory, Black Gina, Freeport area, in town, Sinker Belt, Congo Town, Back Road, on the old road, everywhere across the country. Share the show. Coming. It's about Liberia. You cannot get tired. And I will wait till we get to about 1,000 because I have a brief topic to cover this afternoon. When people say we are divided, I don't believe we are. And I get empirical evidence to show that we are not divided. And I will discuss that very briefly, but I'll wait till we get the numbers up a little bit. Share the show, comment to the show. It has got to be about Liberia. We have to continue to push the narrative that we too can get it right. And it's easy sometimes to doubt what we can do as a people, given our history. And I don't blame you for doubting. You doubt because this is all you've seen. This is all you've known your entire life. Nothing, quote unquote, good can come from Liberia. My view is entirely contrary. I believe something good can come from Liberia if we organize better. With the proper leadership at the helm, who's made a calculated decision to want this country to change, there is no argument, there is no doubt whatsoever in my mind that in 10 to 15 years, by the time we approach 20 years, we can become a middle-income country if we become intentional about nation building. Intentional about nation building. It cannot be about an individual. It cannot be about a person. It has to be about the totality of our country. And when we start thinking in that light, and if I recognize that my success is contingent upon whether Trocon succeeds, I start to understand the broader picture that we are interlinked, that we are tied together as a society. The only way we can grow, we have to recognize that growth has to extend to the coastlines of Barclayville. It has to go into Sano. It has to extend to Riverside into Buchanan. This growth cannot be stagnated just in Moserata County. It has to go into Bapolu. It has to go into Vonjiman. It has to go into Foya. It has to go into Seclipierre, into Ba, into Ganta, into Saniquote, across the length and breadth of our country. It cannot be in one location. And we all owe that responsibility to ensure that growth is extended across the country. And I'll tell you this, the government holds a great responsibility to make sure we continue to push that growth in the hinterland of our country. But we all got to play our part. If we continue to doubt and we allow our doubt, it becomes like a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? You say it cannot be done. And when you begin to do it, you begin to look for things that will verify what you've already believed, that Liberia cannot grow beyond its present station. I believe differently. I believe we can. I believe we can entirely. And I believe our leadership have to inherit the position that they've been bequeathed with. It's not an option when you swear an oath to the republic and you say, I do solemnly swear to uphold this constitution and I will bear true faith and allegiance to the republic, and I'm going to serve my people with diligence, with prudence, with tactfulness, with excellence, with honesty and integrity. You were swearing an oath not just to the country, but to your children, to your ancestor, and to your very self. This is the oath you're swearing to your people. And sometimes we tend to forget about this. Look, I don't know how many times I've come on the show and I've told you this, and people will interpret this differently. When you come on this network and we say some stuff, we are not saying that we are better. We are saying the better way for this to be done, and we all can find a way to strategize and bring things together to make sure this happens. But sometimes we don't want to say the right thing because we don't want to anger people in the process. My issue is not about angering anybody. My issue is about elevating this country and finding a way to up the standard of living in this country. To up the standard of living. If you come to government and you believe the only way that you can become a wealthy person is to steal from your people, you're not just a curse. You're a person that should not come near public service. In other countries, they go the extra miles that the Chinese have done. Because every time you steal from your people, you're killing them directly. This is not indirect anymore. You're killing them directly. How do we change this? This takes tremendous leadership that must come to bear in the country. We have to continue to push the issue of Liberia. Every single small story that elevates this country and lets the world know that my country does exist and my country is longing to develop and we are doing the right thing. For instance, passing the MCC scorecard in all the indicators. My goal is to pass all 20 of them. We should be passing everything in indicator every single year. It is not about the money. These measurements tell the world, say, listen, Liberia is passing in girls' enrollment rate, in the rule of law, in gender equity, in employment, etc., etc. When we begin to pass these scorecards in totality, that tells you the country is growing. We need to take record across the country. We want to know everything that happened in Secretary last year, and this is how we make our adjustments. Next year, we do another adjustment. The government has to continue to push to find its best and brightest. We're not saying this because we want to ostracize somebody else. It's not an argument ever. Look, I've said this. If you do not reach certain socio-economic standing individually before you come to the governmental space, there is a tendency when you come to the space, you will utilize the office of government so you can get at a higher economic position because you cannot attain it with your own weight, your own intellect in the private sector. So you utilize the government for this. I'm going to say this, but listen to Senator Snow and so many people in the country. And I want to dispel this myth that the country is divided. I want to give you some numbers. They always go into the election numbers based on what the election said or the election to the country. The country is not divided. Let me tell you what's wrong with Liberia. Liberians are unemployed. We are not divided. This is the headline for this conversation. Liberians are unemployed. We are not divided. During the second round of the election, this is where everybody goes. If you look at the first round numbers, Liberia has approximately 2.7 million Liberians that are actually registered voters in the country. I believe the number is closer to 3 million because a lot of people do not register. But for the sake of conversation, let's take the numbers to 2.7 million people that are registered to vote in the country. Not all of them do vote. I'm going to focus on the second round because this is where everybody runs to and claim that the country is divided. The country is not divided. In the second round, approximately 1.5, 1.6 million people voted. If we got 2.7 million people that are registered to vote in the country, a third-party candidate would have beaten President Boakai. That third-party candidate would have beaten President Weah if they took all the votes that did not vote. There's a third story to this. If we have close to 6 million people in the country and the voting population of our country is approximately 2.7 million people and 1.5 million of people vote, are you going to claim the country is divided based on let me tell you what's happening to our country. Our country is unemployed. All the noise in the country is because of scarcity across the country. It's because men cannot feed their children. It's because men cannot have control of their homes. The wives or the girlfriends will not listen to them because they don't have money. There is no employment. We are not divided. We are jockeying for position, for survival. It is not division. It is a push for survival because there is no job in the country. Every time you hear me about small scale manufacturing across the country, this is what I'm trying to solve. When you hear me talking about demarcating the country, the Liberian diaspora account to open small factories across the country, because I know my country is not divided. My country is hungry. My country is unemployed. My country is massively uneducated. My country is disconnected from the capital city. My country does not have rule. It is not division. It is lack of provision from our government. This is not division. This is hunger. This is unemployment. We are not divided, people. Do not allow a senator, do not allow any government official to tell you that we are divided. We're not a divided people. I know this because I can have an argument with my Swedish brother. When they see me in Liberia, I mean, they will buy you food. I don't buy food in Liberia. Half the time, my man will buy me food. Let me buy you wine. They see people that are criticized. If I tell you that all the way I criticized Jefferson Koji here, I went to Liberia. When Koji came here, I took him out. Took him to lunch. When I went to Liberia, I said, oh, man, come, let me buy you lunch. We are not a divided people. We are hungry because there is no employment. I can guarantee you, in our country, if we begin providing small-scale manufacturing across the country, if we start having employment in Barclayville, in Maryland County, in Nima County, where we get 50, 60, maybe 70% of our population getting up in the morning and going to work, the issue of division will go far away. We are not divided. That concept is an illusion to get control of our people. When politicians preach this thing about the Bassa people don't like the B people, or the Manon people don't like the Crown people. We are not a divided people. We are hungry people. We are fragmented people. We are unemployed. We are disconnected from each other because of lack of roles, because of lack of health system, and because of poor educational system. So our kids are not reading. We must build the infrastructure to bring this country together. I guarantee you, if we build the infrastructure, if God is so kind to allow my country to fully get the 500 million from the Americans, and Arnold Burger with his vision decide to connect the country with the 500 million across the country, bring our people closer together. When I can get up in the morning and I can drive to Barclayville and I can come back to Monrovia if I so please. We have a small country, y'all. You can travel anywhere in Liberia. If the road is the Kakatan road, you can go to anywhere in Liberia and come back the same day. I'm not kidding. 43,000 square miles of the country. You can drive anywhere. In fact, if it's a 4-lane, you can drive anywhere in the country and come back. If it's in the dry season, it will still be daylight. If you leave 5 in the morning, you can go to Maryland County. By the time you get back to Morio, it will still be daylight because now the sun don't set in Liberia till after 7 o'clock. During the dry season, it will be sometime closer to 8 o'clock. So we are not a divided people. Do not allow anybody to tell you that we are divided people. We are unemployed people. We are hungry people. The brouhaha in our country, all the talk in our country, all the issues about, oh, sedition don't let UPS don't let ASC. That is not true. Our people are jockeying for position because there's limited opportunity to work in government. We have to expand the cake of national government. The expansion of that cake has to incorporate massive employment of our people. If we can employ and the majority of our people, one young man, look, you got men in the country that are 40 years old, been driving pimping, the entire spine, let me tell you something. Your brain is not just in your head. Your brain is spent all the way to your tailbone, all the way on top of your butt. I play your brain stop here. So when you slap somebody on the back, small child, you are injuring that child. Your brain extends that far. So if you're driving pimping and your back, you're going the other day, ask the pimping driver. The back killing them every single day. We have to find a way to put these men to work. And if you don't know this is the cry. I cry on them every single chance I get. We have to put these men to work. We have to put these women back to work. We are not a divided society. Our women have to be mothers. They have to be feminine. Our men have to go to work to build the country, to protect their family, so we can develop proper communities, so we can build up the Liberian family again. Now, somebody will say, but then, Mr. Dwalu, you just talking. You think you're perfect. This is not about perfection. I'm a man. I'm a bloody man. Of course, I got my ills. Somebody will say, my man, what you saying? They're not even true. You know, you got nothing to say. I get it. It is your opportunity. We live in a free society to disagree. But I always say this with this caveat. If you're going to disagree with me, provide an alternative that is far better than what I'm recommending, than what anybody else is recommending, and then we can follow you and make the country better. Our push should be about making Liberia better and not appeasing somebody else. We don't come here for the sake of talking. My singular push that I come here every single day to do is just simple. It's to bring a message that elevates this country. It's to make us to think differently. It's to understand that the current condition of Bapaloo, it is not where Bapaloo County is supposed to be. Right there in rural Monserrato, right in Morovia, technically, in rural Monserrato, we are living as if to say we're still living in the 1800s. Don't take my word for it. Go there. Do you know why? Almost anybody who is nobody, when he or she wins a government position, the first thing he or she does, if he can afford it, is to remove his children, his teenage children, or his younger children out of the country to go seek education elsewhere. On this very platform, me and Senator Zopeno had a conversation one time. I asked him a question. He claimed he built a school in Grand Juda County. When I asked him where his children were going to school, I think he said in Paris or in France somewhere. And I asked him why they are not going to school there. The first question, the answer to me was, so because I suffered, I mean my children will suffer. This is an implication without even stating it clearly. But he said this because he implied it, that the very school he claimed to have built in Grand Juda County is not good enough. It's not good enough. When will we recognize that wherever we put our children, even though they may not be us biologically, but if we are holding government position and we are supposed to create the facilities that are going to elevate the country, we are on an obligation to make sure it's comparable to where we intend to send our children. Yeah, I mean it. It has to be on par. It is a duty. It is a calling. Education is enshrined in our Constitution. It is not an option. You are not doing anybody a favor by providing quality education in Grand Juda County. You're doing nobody a favor. It is a duty of the highest calling from government. It is a duty. It is a tremendous honor and also a responsibility to serve your people. But if that service is predicated upon you taking more from the people than you gave to them, you're worse than a beast. In my book, let me repeat this. If you're giving more, if you're taking more from your people than you are giving to them, you're worse than a beast. I personally don't believe such a man or woman should exist in my society because you're cursed to your people. We cannot continue in the 21st century, 2024, when everybody else is formulating new AI programs to advance their society. When everybody else is pushing new agendas to make sure proper graduates that can formulate a new strategy to make sure we eradicate malaria, to make sure we have decent quality running water, and we're developing water experts across the country. But your entire thing now is how are we going to get vehicles? How are we going to make sure officials can travel? Bro, you're burden to the country. And nobody's supposed to say. I will close and I will say this. Your success, your very survival, is dependent upon whether Liberia succeeds or fails. Now, for those of you who are out of Liberia, people say this all the time, Tango Manchurian and there, Tango and there. And I would say that if you live in America, your survival is dependent on whether America succeeds or fails, wherever you live. But because we have our tentacles, our very umbilical cord is buried in Liberia, we are permanently attached to that location. We got families there. You will forever be Liberian, despite what you say, what you want to believe, what you want to negotiate. We are who we are until we embrace us entirely and fight like rabid dogs to make sure we develop our location. We will remain stuck in this location. Once again, man, you're welcome to the show. It was a pleasure. Dominic.
Yeah, another day is good to be here. There's a lot of issues to talk about, so it's really, really, really good to be here. How are you, Troken?
I'm okay.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear.
Good to see you.
Well, we still got more people coming. Let me recognize some people over here. I just saw my brother Dukley. I understand, Dukley, and I appreciate your criticism. I'm very limited because that's what I'm saying, and I understand that. And my recommendation I always put out there: if you have a better option to develop our country, please put that forth. And let's think about it. One thing I do, if you have some publications, I would love to read them. I publish most of my ideas. If you got better publications, send them out. Let's read them. We'll read them live. If they're better, we will pursue them. You can criticize, but provide solutions for our country. My girl, Purdy Purr. Hey, Purdy, haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing well out there. Happy Merry Christmas. Everybody will say, do I don't want to recognize him, Purr? Yeah, you're like your boss. I let my Pearl be in. Pearl, please shout out there to Atlanta, Georgia. I see my boy, George Sumo Jr., Mr. Sumo, how you doing? Robert Hill, Saturday, Yalata. Samuel Zoe, Alaka City, how you doing, my senior man? Thomas Insumana, what's going on from MD, Maryland? Out here, I see Zwana Sirleaf. How are you doing, sir? My own younger brother, Fofi Fofana, Mr. Fofana. Desmond All Nation, how are you doing? Over here, I see Jay Kediwe, Elizana Tote Senior, Mr. Senior. David Boker, how are you doing? Hamed Dukley, Mr. Dukley, how are you doing, sir? We appreciate it. If you can do that, we appreciate you. No, we want to move this country forward. Let's all find a solution. Mary Chia, Madam Chia, how are you doing? Welcome to the show. I see Jay Judges, Dennis Say Yeli Goyi. How are you doing, sir? Welcome to the show. Jim Seta, Yasa Weeder Kokulo. How are you doing? Clarence Benson, Mr. Benson. How's everything wherever you are? I see Matthew Fio out of Minnesota. I know the snow is climbing up there with you guys. How you doing? You get your blanket and all your tabagi with plenty of soup. I heard a story. I don't know if it's true. Minnesota can actually put it under the thread. I heard during the winter pepper soup. Don't even know how that's true. I asking question. I see Jomas Relief. How are you doing? I see Sarah Jackson. Musu Seyon. How are you doing, Musu? What's going on, you, mama? Over here, I see Stephen Kekula, Mr. Kekula, Musa T. Seyon, Mr. Seyon. Welcome to the show. Sedu, Aminata Diallo, my brother. Welcome to the show. I see Anthony Dermin. Welcome, Benjamin Carada. Paul Ingolson, how are you doing? Liberia First, my own brother. How's everything, man? The means I got in my own head. But the Baba put my head like when you're going to talk about it. Yeah, so the hair will grow, Baba. I try to grow my fro. It's actually cold up here. As government, it's cold, so we got to grow a little bit of fro to stay warm. But we're growing. I understand. Actually, I saw it myself a little pushback, so I'm trying to get it here. Okay, there's one more thing we're gonna be worrying about. Chill out, bring people. Come on there. I'll give it to you, my man. The people will soon be here.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of developments today. The president is in Lo-Fi as part of the 60th anniversary of 4 counties, and they honor the theme. It's a unification theme. I think that's something to talk about. We started talking about yesterday. We also know he made some statements about some pickups that were received from the Guinean junta. That's a good talking point. And of course, yesterday the Senate concurred and passed. The budget was passed. The president is forced to sign our budget in the wake of the Supreme Court ruling, in the wake of the international and community call to unite the country. So those are some important things that we're looking, to really get into.
Kabale, I just pray. I've not gone through the budget in some serious detail. I think I have to do it this week. Hopefully, the passage of this budget reflects some of the issues facing the country, but we will see as we continue to break the budget down. I mean, it is what it is. Yes, it's true. The president is in FOIA. I listened briefly to his speech. He said a lot of positive things about the country. And one of the things he did talk about was he's not going to allow people to continue to take from the Liberian people and walk scot-free. And those kind of messages, we hope the president continues on that path and actually follow through with this. For a long time, government, this. President come, president go. They will say something. When they come to prosecute, got 3 bastard men on the show right now. Now we say, oh, I want to prosecute Chokon because about bastard brother. No. I said this before. If Governor Clinton intentionally disadvantaged Liberia, Let government bear your own cross. You are not harming government. You're protecting the Liberian people. You have a job to do. This is why every high-ranking official in the country swear an oath to the republic. And the oath is simple, that your primary responsibility is not even to your family when you take an oath. Your first duty is to the republic. Now, I gotta be clear, because Liberian people come out, oh, the Dorothy will not take care of family. That's not what I'm saying. You obviously you go to your father, you will take care of your children. But I'm saying you go to work all day, you will spend more time, for example, in your office than you will spend at home. You would do almost everything to put the country's interest first, because by extension, if you make sure the country is fine, your kids will be fine. Your community will be fine. And this is the message. It doesn't mean you may not take care of children because you let Monday morning quarterbacking. It seems that we're going to provide clarity on something. Is a 2-hour show. Maybe you get to talk 5 times out of the 2 hour accumulatively. Maybe you talk for 15 minutes later. Like I mean, yeah, 1 minute, yeah, 1 minute, yeah, we go. So we can't cover every basis, but we'll do our best to make sure we cover the gist of it. But when you're criticizing, I take that in its entirety. It's the argument I'm trying to make. Come on, anything to say, Chief?
Yeah, for me, I think I share the same view with you when you said Liberians are not divided over the period. I think I share that same view along with you. You know, the framer of the law, the framer of the constitution, they were clear that in order to become president of the country, you must a team 50% plus one. If they knew that 50% plus one will divide the country, there was no need to put it there. Maybe they would have said maybe you can get 90% to show women victory, that the country is not divided, that the country in favor of you. So based on that, I thought I have been saying it, that this country is not divided, just that the excruciating hardship in the country. That's the main reason why you see Liberians are getting at each other truth, especially our government job. Everybody wants to come, in the government to just get something doing. I remember after the election, there are a lot of people who said Liberia will not win. It doesn't mean maybe Unity Party people want so Liberia will win. We all are Liberians and all of that. But in spite of all of that, people are just looking for way to make life easier in the face of the hardship that the country, that the people are going through, especially people who are at the bottom of the pie. They can afford absolutely nothing. They can be moved by anything. Maybe you give them small thing to come in the street, they will come. But if the person has a job to do, they will have something to put.
I mean, you will not get time. Look, yeah, come on the show. Ask him if he even get time to even say you don't have a single time. So even during the week now, I barely make 2 shows. If I make 3 shows, I'll be very excited out of the 5 days. I mean, most of the time I will make Saturday, but to even make it here on time is a struggle. Imagine you finish working 10, 12-hour days, then somebody say, can I go do Jaja? You don't even have time for that. So to really change the country, I think I'm going to say this some weeks back about, because everybody goes to government, this is where they can quote unquote shine. If the income is reflective of the conditions in the country, where only the CSA is close with the authority to determine income at all levels, from the president to legislature. Like the legislature should not be allowed to unilaterally determine their own salary. This is crazy. Crazy. Let it be set with a standard. If people working in government, they know they're not coming to get rich, they can feed their family, they get a salary. Not everybody pushing for government. You myself both know most people that fight to get government job. It's an open secret. Everybody knows why people fight to get in government. You can get a buffer today. Not a pot of pissing. You come to government, you're a millionaire.
Yeah, so let me just chip in about this divided thing we're talking about. I think when we say divided, it's the elections, the numbers of elections. The number is just one indicator of the division in the country. You have to look at the conditions since the the 80s, late 70s, 80s, that gave rise to the Civil War. And when we talk about the country has been divided, we are saying, what are these conditions like present today in Liberia? We know that marginalization of one group of people or the other over time gave rise to people, to agitation. The progressive felt that the country, for over 100 years, our people, the indigenous people, were being marginalized by the Chewy Party. Then, of course, you look at even under the Dore region, some of the things that were happening, mysterious disappearances of people. We know that a few days ago, the former Associate Justice was here to talk about his client that was in custody, and people loyal to the government, officials at high level of the government, talking out of jail. We know that the courts have asked for him, and the government said, "Look, we took him and we turned it over to the junta." We know he's from the Mandingo and the group. We know that there's a lot of discontentment with because of that within the group. As a matter of fact, they report there 3 persons. Today, we know the president said that he's, he doesn't have a problem with Guinea or the Guinean government. There's no problem there, speaking in Lo-Fi today. And as a matter of fact, he received 10 trucks, pickup trucks from the Guinean junta. So then there's a question about, okay, so we are sending people to Guinea against orders of the court so that we can get 10 pickup trucks from Guinea. We are causing discontentment. That's why are you laughing? We are causing discontentment.
I come to talk my own.
A whole group of people.
So off. It's not even funny. Right? You're so off.
Yeah. So we are talking. We can't dispute, right, that this person is no more in Liberia, that he's been turned over to the junta. The government have said that they've turned him over to the junta against the orders of the court. That's a fact. We know that they've broken the laws. We know that they've even broken international Geneva international laws. So that is an issue. We also know in the country, we know right now with the current house crisis that
you muted as well.
So
no, but you're not here. You muted as well. You muted as well. You muted as well.
Dwalu, we have our guest, already in the back.
No. I understand, but what Kamala said must be addressed quickly. Kamala, you're muted. You're muted.
So let me make the last point. The last point is another reason for the conflict, for the division in the country over time has been a government being so overreaching, being so much in flagrant disregard of the law. We are having a crisis within the house where a certain group of people, against the orders of the court, with heavy support from the executive, are completely ignoring the law. They've been joined by the Senate. They've passed a budget illegally. So those are the conditions. Because look, in any civilized society, what happens? The court is the last resort.
Thank you.
So if we go to court and the court passes a judgment and people are not going to abide by that, then what happens? This is why makes people get into the street, because then there's no order. There's absolutely no order.
Let's go back and forth.
No other remedy.
You talk plenty, and we gotta guess in.
Yeah. Let me hear you.
Yeah.
Yes,
no, I want you to stay on. Let's have a conversation. Look, if 20% of 6 million people, let's say that 25% of 6 million people vote, can you decide that our vote determines the division of the country? No, you cannot. The argument about the Mandingo tribe is far-reaching, and it's just ridiculous. I'm not even going to address it. It has nothing to do with Mandingo. The cross of the division, initially, it was by election numbers. After that argument has been defeated, you want to move the goalpost and say the division goes from people passing budget, the Guinean junta, to pick up truck. This is not a division we're talking about. The division we're talking about Liberian being divided on the issue of elections, which is not true. They are not divided.
Election is just one indicator.
What's the other indicator Liberia divided on?
What's the indicator? Violation of the rule of law, marginalization of a particular group of people. Mm-hmm. Those are different indicators. The lack of economic access. Those are the indicator when you live in a society where one group of people are amassing all the wealth and a large group of people are living in obvious poverty. That's division. Those are the kind of things
that's not division. This is hardship in the country. I know you seditionists want to swing into division. The country is
not. This is not a sedition. Listen,
man.
Let's not talk about party.
No, when you're talking, let me wait. Your rationale is so off. It doesn't even make sense. Look, there are poverty in the country. That point has been conceded from time immemorial. This is not division. This is hunger in the country. I can attribute it to citizens being angry about what's happening in the country. That doesn't necessarily mean there's division. There is actually an anger against the government not providing jobs in the country. But when you try to spin it towards division of the population, that is far-fetched. And this is where your argument is.
How do you justify 14 years of civil war if not division?
Oh, we've been out of the civil war for over 20 years now. We can't keep going back to the civil war. Let me give you an example.
How do you justify? One question, you're saying that the country was divided, then it's not divided anymore.
The way you're trying to divide the division, you're going back.
You're looking at division just based
our civil war started in 1989.
The elections number.
1989. What year we in? We have 3 governments, democratically elected government. Ellie ruled for 12 years. President Ellie Johnson Sirleaf. President ruled for 6 years. Honorable Bwaka just been in his first year. You're talking about division. Initially, we're talking about division of the population. The population is not divided. The population is only employed.
The population is divided based on different things, and you're just saying based on numbers. But let's not dwell. When you say just 2 million people vote or just 3 million people vote, so that doesn't show division. You also have to understand that when you do election sampling, you don't take the entire population. You don't even take all the people that vote. You want to take a sample of people that vote, and it's supposed to reflect. That's how you do political analysis.
No.
You can base it on the fact that 1.7 million people vote, so that doesn't reflect the division, because that 1.7 million people reflect the aspirations of the rest of the 5+ million people.
Hey, welcome to the show. But you better kind of approach me already. Be going beyond back, you better kind of approach me straight up. Let me say this though, Clinton. This thing is very straight up. The division that CDC been pushing the whole time. Now you're moving.
Why you let
me talk. Your division went to the junta in Guinea giving vehicles to President Bwaka. You call that division. You believe some people are angry in the country because they've been targeted.
But let me
finish. Which is ridiculous. You also believe that President Bwaka turned over certain Liberians to the Guinean junta. And
I don't believe that's a fact.
Listen, my man, if you don't let me talk, and you say it goes about to trial, which is a complete lie. Look, we cannot push a narrative that divides us without having any basis in it just to push a political point. What you are trying to do is to push a political point, and that's not going to hold. The country is not divided. The country is unemployed. There's a difference.
So you're saying...
welcome to the show.
So let me... One point before we bring Honorable Yakba, right? You're saying...
But get to the point quickly. Not for 12 hours now. You're not ready.
So you're saying when a court orders that a person is free or they are kept in custody and the government goes against the court order and takes that person and turn them over against the court order, that doesn't spark any kind of dissent at all.
Let me answer it quickly. Yeah. It's not a division. It's an issue of rule of law that must be addressed. But
you rule of law is a division that brings about division within the country, because when certain people benefit from the rule of law, when all people are not given a quarter that same level of protection, it breeds division.
Okay, let me ask you a question. The same question. President Weah will rule against the CDC headquarters. CDC has refused to move. Is CDC dividing the country?
Okay, so on
yes or no?
No, I don't know that for a fact. I can answer yes or no.
You do that one for a fact.
Because I don't know for a fact whether CDC is refusing the court's order. As a matter of fact, the court has the authority. We know that this very court have sent sheriffs and board those places and do a lot of things. So there's nothing stopping the Supreme Court if the CDC is deliberately removing from sending sheriffs to remove the city. And we know President Weah and Senator Snow said it. We don't know the facts about this case. Again, I don't know the facts. But President Weah, knowing President Weah, like I know him, or we know him being a man of peace, he's not. What is the significance of holding that the CDC can move to another place?
Yeah, but you're saying, according to your analogy, Gamade, if the court rules and the person don't follow the court order.
But again, I don't know that for a fact. I'm telling you a fact here. We know this is a fact because the government went to court and said, yes, against your order, we turn this man to court. I don't know the facts of...
So the same argument you're making when McGill was sanctioned and President Weah refused to take them to court, he was dividing the country?
No. You're making...
Not knowledge with that, my man. Welcome to the show.
Let's address it now. do we take people to court based on sanctions? What informed that sanction? There's
They
a
gave you evidence. They provided you with evidence, documentary evidence.
I don't know about any documentary evidence.
The Americans said they were willing to give the evidence, President. We are refused to take them to court.
We got 2 hours on the show. I want you to point me to the American statements that said they were willing to provide. So we got 2 hours on the show. Right, so we'll wait for that evidence. I don't know about anything the Americans said, but we need to provide evidence. Besides, you gotta be honest. Besides, Minister McGill, besides Minister McGill have said, and he have said over and over that he's willing to be prosecuted. He's willing to avail himself to any level of prosecution. So let's assume now you're saying we didn't do it. What's stopping this government from doing it?
No, I won't focus on why he didn't do it. He
is not president anymore.
No, he was president when he came down.
What are we talking?
So your argument is there.
The argument like the other UP.
The country is not divided. The country needs jobs.
The argument
the country needs
auditors died. Right? Auditors died. No prosecution. But there is no statute of limitation on murder. What's stopping this government from finding the perpetrators and prosecuting them?
The country is not divided. Your argument will die upon
No, I think the country, there's a lot of division in the country. We can preach. There's nothing wrong with preaching the message of unification.
Is there division here in America?
Right. Of course, a division in America.
There will be division, but to
of course, America.
When you don't want to describe it, the country is not divided.
During the march between when Trump and how they call him? Biden. And when Trump lost the election, what was the key message from the American media? That the country was divided. It was a very divided country. So yeah. So we just say Liberia is not divided based on elections because
well, Liberia do it right. You didn't get job. They play living low. We Liberia didn't get job.
No, but it's not. This is not.
About that job, they're going about the global business. Liberia winning a job. Like, what is it? And you want business with that divided. Honorable Yabaro, welcome to the show. Mr. Trouble Plumber. I don't even know what is scheduled. Let me check in the room here. So we can go, sir, introduce yourself and see what you have to talk about. I know you're the current director of the it's the Environmental Agency, I believe, correct?
Yeah, Environmental Protection Agency.
Welcome to the show, sir.
Wonderful, Carlos. Thank you, and thank you to all of you. What an interesting discussion. I've been here just following. My name is Dr. Emmanuel Yuro Yakbawolo. I serve as the Executive Director for the Environmental Protection Agency of Liberia. I'm here specifically to talk about the EPA, how we met the EPA, because we've been there now. We are at the end of the year. Some of the guys appointed, we spent about 8 months. We are at the end of the year. So some of the reform efforts we have carried on at the EPA, I'm here to talk about those and take questions if there are questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yakwaro. And it's me and Governor on, the guys are coming in, and the EPA. So I've been to the EPA. Can you just explain to Liberia the reason for the existence of the EPA, just in a brief way, first and foremost, so people can know what your entity does and what it intends to do for the country?
The Environmental Protection Agency of Liberia was established in 2002. It's actually started operating in 2006. The mandate of the Environmental Protection Agency of Liberia is to take care of the environment, basically to ensure that the environment is healthy for today's generation and future generations to come. Whether people are carrying on mining activities, those have impact on the environment, all kinds of effort. They have impact, both positive and impacts on the environment. So the EPA function is to regulate basically on the environment. That's it was established in 2006. It been functioning that way.
So secondarily, a lot of people would say the EPA exists in name only. It is an entity that does nothing for the country. It's an entity that just existing for people to provide jobs for their friends. They have no meaning. How do you respond to that?
I mean, people have the right to be skeptical, but Dwala, if you give me a few minutes, I can describe exactly how we met EPA, and then the last 8 to 9 months we've been there, what we done there, so as to disabuse people's mind who think that the EPA is getting existence is not really working. We can really showcase our work. So if you give me a little bit of time, I would like to set the stage as to when we took the EP, what kind of institution we saw, and then the reform effort and everything we've done over the last 8 to 9 months. I can be able to share with the public.
Please go ahead. We'll get the time. Take the next 5 minutes to explain.
Okay, so the EPA, we were appointed there on February 16, 2024, as acting director. When we got to the EPA first, we got the agency status note. The agency status note was given by the outgoing administration. That agency status note, it says that over the period they served, they developed about 8 regulatory instruments. There were 8 departments. The bank balance of the EPA as of December 2023 was $17,223.54. It says that there were no legal issues. They said that there was limited budgetary support. The billing was old. But then we compared that, which we got from the outgoing government, to the Joint Presidential Position Report. The JPTC report says that out of the work plan that were at the EPA, only 20% was implemented, and that made the other 80% not implemented. It says that the asked for between 2018 to 2023 was not available, financial support were not available, all kinds of information they asked for, they weren't available. So that means the JPTC said the outgoing administration did not cooperate with them in their report. Well, those are different reports. But what do we actually see at the EPA? At the EPA, this is what we saw. In the main bank account of the EPA, we saw $325 as the bank balance for February. $325. We met an EPA that was where employees' morale was very low, a divided workforce. Many of them were being dismissed. Deployable vehicles, you could not even identify the EPA bus, dilapidated building. And as a result of these things, the EPA morale was very, very low in the public. I got appointed. Then my appointment got challenged in court. We spent about almost 2 months in court. I got restored by the court as of April 2024. Then we went through the proper recruitment process by the Policy Council, and by May 16, I got appointed with a tenure position for about 7 years from the recommendation from the Policy Council. So we met the institution, and even Liberians are skeptical of the institution today. They have some data because the institution was not functioning the way it's supposed to function. Companies were not in compliance with the environmental laws at all. But we did something to be able to bring back confidence in the institution. We set up boxes. One of the boxes are freedom of speech boxes, one called grievance box. The other one is innovation box. We ask the employees to write anything on their mind to put it into boxes. Anything you're not satisfied with the EPA, historically or the contemporary period, put it into boxes. Dwalo, the rest of the team, I'm happy to report that people spoke. They spoke about the old boss. They spoke about other individuals that were not trustworthy in the institutions. They talk about how some people were completely misplaced, and we got a lot of data. And we asked them to put their name on it. When 5 or more employees the same subject matter, we look into that. That means there's a data to follow. And we got this huge data. Even some were very detailed as to how corruption has been and who are corrupt within the institution. So we made some changes. We did not dismiss anybody. If people, based upon what people said, what we discovered, we try to align people properly. People who are not trustworthy, took them from areas where they will be handling finances and send them to other areas that will not have the ability to do so. And we did a lot of reform effort from the beginning. We turned the senior management team into the budget committee. Today at the EPA, at every Monday, the controller is required to put the weekly expenditure, the weekly income, and the bank balances to all the senior managers. So every money, the entire senior management is aware of the EPA bank balances, total transparencies. One thing we also in the EPA that employees complain about, a lot of people travel around the world. Travel opportunity was just centered to few people, just very few people, and we decided to spread that out. In fact, the very first travel opportunity that came to me as executive director, we gave it to the general coordinator, who told me she had not traveled since she got employed by the EPA the last 5 years. We opened the capacity building, and then as a result of all the changes that I can't even say all because of time.
Thank you.
This is what we've done now in terms of some of the results. We
Well,
established
no problem.
we established 4 offices across the country. That's in Grand Kitmon, in Bapulu, in Mosquito, as well as in Riverside County. As we speak to you, 4 new offices are activated right now in Grand Crew, River G, Maryland County, and Sando counties. Based upon this reform, the EPA conducted 1,463 compliant inspections for the period 2024. That's a huge number. It had never happened in the history of the EPA before. We investigated a total of 108 complaints that were brought before the EPA. We were able to we received 318 ESIA applications. We had 36 ESIA sitting, and we conducted 6 stakeholder consultations. As a result of that, we were able to issue 240 permits.
Thank you.
There's a list that we can drive.
No, I understand that. So we get a chance. The guys got to come in too. I'm pretty sure during the questioning period, some of these areas will be covered. But before I give it to my brother Governor Clinton for his 2 questions, I want to say this. You stated that you met a little over $300 in the account when you got to the EPA. Can you speak to that? Should you have met that money there, or should it have been more? And can you tie in the annual EPA budget for the EPA? And then I'll go to Governor after that.
Great question. So we bet $325 balance for the EPA as of February. That's the money we bet next. The EPA budget for this fiscal year, it was 104,000. 1 million. So I'm trying to get a figure right, but little over 1 million is 1,090,000. I'll get a figure right. Okay, it's missing out of my head, but it's pretty close to 200,000. The argument I'm trying to make is our budget. We advocated for a project to defend West Point, right? $500 million. So what the fund administrator did was took $500,000 from $500,000 from our budget and tie it. So our actual budget is 1.4 million. So the number I was struggling to for is 1.9. 1.9 million is the EPA 2024 budget. But the fund administrator took 500,000 from that and tied it to that particular project. It's called the Monrovia Coastal Defense Project. So that means we left with $1.4 million. So that's our budget. Anyway, but from that particular $325 that we met, we done a lot. As I speak to you, we're able to buy 2 new buses for our employees. We have relocated the office. The office we're in, you were very, very bad of. And we are in currently by January. We're moving into the right building, the former UNICEF building. When you come to Monrovia, please visit that building and see the structure of it and the kind of system that we're putting in there. Just for that, we're able to raise some money to buy the vehicle for our deputy and our compliance officers. Why are we doing this? Because we're putting the system so that to stop financial waste and abuse within the EPA system.
Thank you.
So, we're able to also develop and validated 11 policy documents that are extremely important. Because when we started to enforce the environmental law, we realized that there were gaps in other areas that need regulation. Take, for instance, soil quality regulation. We never had that. Water quality regulation, we never had that. We have it now. Waste management policy and regulation, we never had it. We have it now. Radiation regulation, lead in pin regulation, wetland regulation. We now have all the regulations in place. But over this period, we were able to get them. They went through processes. They were validated by technicians, approved by the board, and approved by the policy council. So going forward in January, we'll start to educate the public, and after that, we'll start to enforce the regulation just within the short period of time.
Thank you. Mr. Clinton.
So one of the questions I wanted to ask, well, I asked it already, but I'm not sure I got or you give the answer that I've been looking for. So let me kind of circle back to that question. You said $325 was the balance in the EP account when you took over. Did that amount reflect, looking at the whatever report you made, a financial report you made when you took over, and looking at your budget, did that reflect what that balance should show, or there was some discrepancy?
That was shown through an auditing process. When we took over, one of the things the JPTT report called for was for the EPA to be audited. So I met with the then finance minister, Mr. Boyma Kamara, and told him we wanted to audit the EPA. He advised me to say that the best way to start is start with the internal auditing department, the IAEA, the IRA, the internal auditing agency, because their process is fast because the GSC were quite overloaded. And we wrote the IRA, that institution, we wrote them. But it took some time to make a follow-up. At the end, when it came to tell us that they can only come and check how a system is functional. They don't really do full-scale audit, right? We say we want audit. So we're rating the GSC to come and audit the institution from May 2019 to February 2024. That area, there's a gap because the last time audit was conducted was May 2019, the last part of it. So we're rating the auditing agency, the GSC, to come and audit the EPA. We stay with them for that because without that, financial records from the back it's not easy to figure out. It's quite tough. But as a baseline, what we saw, we just report that. But I think it's audit that will be able to determine as to what should have been more money there in the first place, or what are the money that was supposed to be there per the expenditure. Only audit can tell us that. So we're waiting for GSC to come and conduct the audit.
So the second question, I think if I got you correct, you said based on the complaints that you received, there were some issues about corruption and stuff like that. What did you discover any corruption, and what happened? What did you do when you found out that there was issues with corruption involving different people?
So what we did first was to make sure also we are accountable by turning the senior management team into a budget committee so that financial matters in the EPA is not discussed with the director alone or the deputy alone, but is discussed with a whole team. All right, the entire senior management team, they made financial decisions for the EPA. By carrying on that level of transparency, we build trust within the system. We carry on what we call spot check. Right now, some sort of investigations are ongoing. Until we can get full skills of doing investigation, they might be premature to announce them on the public right now. But I can tell you there are investigations going around financial malpractices at the EPA. But once those are fully, investigated and all the reports are done, we'll be able to do that. But we took decision, even if at all an investigation started, and there are pointers to say that, where there's smoke, there's fire. We took people from their position and put trustworthy people there just to make sure that everything is under control.
Thank you, sir. Brother Doe, welcome to the show. Colonel Gray, welcome. Asido, your 2 questions, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome, Honorable Paulo, and congratulations on your position. You know what? I'm not usually impressed with complaints and excuses that Unity Party comes with. You got there, you took over to try to work and improve. Yes, there were problems. But when you come up here and complain about all of the problems without telling us anything you've done besides you putting boxes somewhere, I think it is laughable. And you've already seen corruption, although GSC had not done any other report, nothing. I'm not sure how you became expert in finding corruption. But let's go to serious matter. Let me ask you. You were saying some things, and I thought I was living in a different planet. So when you went to EPA in February, but in fact, just so you know, I was in the government too, so I have friends at EPA, so I know a little bit of what happens. So when you went to EPA in February, if I'm wrong, can you correct me? I think the first time you went there was around February 19. You met $325 in the account. EPA does have an internal payroll. That internal payroll that Ministry of Finance or central government does not pay has about $25,000 around there as the monthly salary for that internal payroll. In addition to that, they have something around 5,000 to 6,000 of gas slip in that internal payroll. EPA paid their first salary in February, around the 25th of February, around the 25th, 24th, around there. Sir, with the $325 you met in February, as at February 19, how did you manage to pay about $25,000? How did you manage?
Good question. First, your premises of Unity Party versus CDC, this is not my argument. I'm in a position of a regulator, so I'm here to talk about the EPA. I don't boil down into partisan argument. That's not what I do. The next thing you said was, we complain, and what the result? Just before you came on, I started to talk about the results and some of the effort we made and some of the way the result was saying. I have not even finished with everything yet. Okay. When I took over that time, in terms of the balance I'm talking about is the end of February, $325. Remember, I took over the institution. It took some time to even get the financial record straightened in terms of the changes of signatures. A lot happened within that time. Within that time, I got sued also at the Supreme Court. In fact, this balance I'm talking about, I got to discover it later on after the whole court case when I went and started to check up a record. So that's the one. So probably some of the payment you're talking about, or some of the payment are going through in the system, maybe that was for February, but I'm saying that's the money I made there. And this is not to cast blame on anybody. That's why I said in the past, before we can understand everything, it will come through an audit. But what I saw, that's what I'm talking about. And we can talk about the reform effort we put in there and the kind of results we are getting right now. And not to dive into party politics. No, I'm not here for that.
Well, so my second question, so you see, it's not hard to catch United Party people with their plenty complaints. Now you came on with what you met. Met means when you went there, that I was there. Now you change it now to February end, only because I asked you where $25,000 came from. These things of 4-day coming shaping blame. It's not the way that our country is going to be faced. That's why I always said to catch United Party people, just listen to them good, you will catch them. Right now, you don't have an explanation for how 25,000 came. Now you go to the end of February. Let me give you the pass in that. And let me ask my second question very, very quickly about Corey. I heard you say something about turning the senior management into the budget committee. I don't know how is that helpful to any organization. The senior management should be there reviewing and approving things that the experts bring. If you are the one, the budget committee, who is approving who? I thought you were destroying that entity. But then on the issue of the current budget, I heard you say you got some money in this current budget, 2024. When was your budget defense? When did you defend your budget at the legislature? What day?
So I think you I don't know, you want to get the question directly, you want to play around it. The thing about, I can explain about the budget committee. There is a provision, and we've been trained that every institution, you need to have a budget committee in the first place. That one person cannot be making financial decisions. You understand? So by making sure that at the Monday, controller explain expenditure and income of the institution as well as bank balances. It is not a practice to destroy an institution. It is a practice of transparency that everyone knows exactly what is there. The entire senior management team, they got to come together and agree on certain things before it's been done. Right? It's a good practice. It's not a bad practice. A bad practice is one trying to take financial information personal and hiding it from people. Whenever people are doing that, then it's problematic. So it's not. Our budget, about roughly $1.9 million for 2024. That approximately $1.9 million, about $0.5 million was tied to a project that the EPA is implementing because to defend Monrovia, the West Point. That project has been implemented by UNDP. Liberia has a co-financing component. That project was stalled when we got at the EPA. Because again, there were not government co-financing. Government needed to have paid about $1 million before the project can move forward. When we pressed the finance ministry very hard about this money, they only have $0.5 million of that money to that project. We level 1.4. Okay, that's it. In terms of budget hearing to go to the Senate or the House of Representatives, the whole budget business was happening in May because the government started towards the end of February, and we all that I spent a lot of time in the court. So I didn't go for
No,
hearing.
sir, I'm talking about right now, the current budget right now, the one that was just supposedly passed Friday. This one right now. When did you go there to defend?
The budget? Next year budget?
Yeah, right now. The one
Next year budget?
2025. Yes. When did you go there? The time. When did you go there? When did you appear?
No, I think there was a schedule for us to appear, but at the end we were also told that because our budget is not that much, right? And
yeah, even when I want
to make things faster in the revenue component of it. So yes, I did not appear about in terms of hearing.
That's why we say the government is a joke. So you didn't appear to defend your budget, the past budget.
Because
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Before we go to Colonel Gray, let's get some things clear here. A question was asked. You are not making a claim that because you met $325 there, you're blaming anybody. You're saying this is what you met there. And Liberian people, let's get this very clear. Just because you have $325 in your account as a government entity doesn't mean you're not going to make next payroll. The entire 1.9 million.
No, Dadu, my question was different.
No, but
I'm
the host. I'm the host. When you're hosting, you can do your own, but I got to make this clarity.
Yeah, no, I know, but you are not making clarity. You are a coach. You are a platform man. That is guest answer the question.
No, you already answered your question. I'm going to Colonel Gray. I say, can you please mute, sir? I'm picking you. When you're hosting, the respect the host, okay? Let me say this.
Yeah, no, I got problem. You know what I'm saying? You are not making clarity.
I understand now. I understand, but
I mean, you can hear the chief talking. He didn't even go different budget, but it passed budget.
Listen, now, let me want finish. If you want host, I can give it to you. Host, I can power you. Here's the thing. No government entity gets the entire budget that's been allocated in the national budget at one time. The budget will come sporadically to that entity. So just because $350 in an account, it doesn't mean that people are not going to get paid the following month. They can still get paid with $325 because the finance ministry may have allocated some of the money into their account for that particular month's payment, or it comes directly from the finance ministry. Can you speak to that a little bit, Dr. Yakbaro, before I go to Colonel Gray?
Well,
but I said internal payroll.
Before Mr. Doe came on, I started with the agency status note. I said, according to the agency status note, as of December 31st, 2023, the account was little over 17,000. Then I said, according to the JPTT report, the administration did not cooperate with them in terms of giving them relevant financial information. Then I said, those are two reports, but what we saw then was $325, right? That's what we saw. He's starting this today. You took over the 19. The 19, I went to LACC I declare my assets and make it public. I went to the EPA on the 19th. Yes, I did take over on the 19th. There's a whole transition process I take over as to how to even get my signature on the account. It didn't happen on the 19th to say all the bank information available. Right? At the end, the February end, at the end of that, the money in the account was $325. But let us not dwell on it because I'm not blaming anybody. I'm not saying somebody did this, somebody did that, somebody did that. No. But as a baseline, we saw that. And we have made significant improvements since that time, both in our income, in terms of the development effort, in terms of enforcing environmental laws in Liberia. You bear with me, we imposed more than $1 million fine. We closed some of the biggest companies in Liberia that thought they were untouchable. We closed water companies down. As a result of what we've done at the EPA right now, everything is not 100%, but companies are coming into compliance because they know that they have an EPA that they have to be accountable to. So right now, in terms of the way they are operating, I don't think it's compared to any time in the past before.
Thank you.
The kind of leadership we created at the EPA.
Thank you,
In fact,
Dr.
yesterday, this particular gown I'm wearing by surprise yesterday when we had our year-end program, closing program, where we get report of the activities. The women of the EPA are the one that put it on me yesterday. Many of them know them from nowhere prior to getting to the EPA. I just get to know them to the EPA.
Thank you. Colonel Greg. Colonel Greg, the two questions, sir.
All right, we're trying to technology, man. Mr. Director Y, how are you today?
I'm good, Colonel Greg. Nice to meet you, sir.
All right, brother. You know, one of my disenchantments with the gone administration of Mr. Weir was the moving of technocrats from positions they've held for years and are the expert at various levels in place of individuals I would just refer to as, you know, party loyalists or so on and so forth. And that of course, being a manager, I know that can bring some, you know, brain drain and, you know, inefficiency in the sector. I listened to you. You said you replaced people with trustworthy people. I just wanted to know the barometer you use to determine trustworthiness and in line with the expertise I'm talking about, or, you know, technocrats who are there. How sure are you that you didn't move them because they were seditions?
In the first place, Colonel Gray, when we move people, we move them with their position, we move them with their salary. We did not dismiss them, we didn't demote them. First straight up. We move people based on data we got and based on our own observation in working with them. We give them tasks to perform. We may follow up to the tasks to perform. And earlier, I talked about this freedom of speech that is at the EPA, where we have this box called grievance box. Employees can put anything they want to put in it. The thing is, if all 5 employees are talking about the same subject matter or more, we look into that a little bit deeply. We didn't know the institution when we got there. We wanted to get into the heads of the people. What is going on? It generated a lot of data. And some of those data, we follow it up and we give people tasks. We do this. And we know that certain people needed not to be in certain area. We will not make the kind of movement we wanted to make. And so we respectfully discuss with them that they needed to be transferred in this other area. And then we bring somebody in their place, but the people we brought there was not new either. We are not employ anybody new to say that in a managerial position. No. In fact, the only people I have there new are my co-office staff. You know, but the rest of the people is the same EPA staff, many of whom we had never known before we got to the EPA. So I agree with you. In fact, because of that premises as to getting the technocraft in the places where they're supposed to operate at the optimal level. That's what we've done. And I can clearly say today, the EPA is really, really, really professional. From the compliance to the radiation department to the international project, it's really, really professional. In fact, we don't have enough manpower. We're looking for more. But they are very, very professional. And you can go to the EPA and ask any of the workers there. They will attest to some of the things I'm saying here today to you. Even recently, the fire incident, EPA are quite involved in terms of getting that fire off by calling out some of the people we work with to help with some of the truck. But right after that, we went there and scanned the entire building to determine the level of carbon monoxide in the building, and the first responders that are taking pieces of evidence where they should be, where they should not spend more time based upon our equipment reading. Just as of recent, the fire incident. We had dealt with a situation even at the JFK, Cesium 137 that we discovered at the hospital as an environment that was emitting a radiation 18 times the normal the human body can deal with. We managed to get two experts from the International Atomic Agency. They come to Liberia to deal with that problem so that hospital remain intact. And in fact, the containment center we built here at the EPA, it's been rated by the International Atomic Agency one of the best in the world, over 90% efficiency. As a result of that, the guy who was leading it, Raphael Ngombo, one of the scientists we have there, he went quite recently by the invitation of the Singaporean government. He went to Singapore to train people as to how to build that containment. So we have a core team of professionals, and they are working day and night to save the country. There are many things we can talk about, but some information, you can't see everything just like we're seeing it. Some of them, I would say, some of them might even be classified, But again, we did not employ new people, and we are completely party blind at the EPA. No. Party politics does not influence. And
it looks like you're frozen.
Let's give him a couple of seconds, Colonel Gray.
Yeah.
Hey, come here, Colonel Gray. You want to comment more on some of the stuff he's saying? Okay.
Yeah. Well, my concern was I was concerned about the barometer he used to determine trustworthiness. But let's make progress. Look, I come on this platform facing you as a complete novice when it comes to environmental concerns and requirements. I say this to ask you, now that we have all the experts in place, and matter of fact, one of our facilities under your watch is even classified by global outreach as one of the best. When I look around Liberia, like I said, I'm a novice. When I look around Liberia, I still think that we're one of the filthiest countries in the world. I say this not to denigrate our country, but we still have not been able to move relics and refuse and dirt from one place, or even try to make them, disappear from the face of the earth. There are so many common ways these days to get rid of garbage. I think as an environmental agency, are you involved with that initiative to clear some of mountainous? Go on front. What's that? Front Street by the. I'm sorry. Go on Center Street by the graveyard. We have mountain presence of garbage. Are you involved with that?
we are involved in it at the policy and regulatory level. In fact, one of the reasons why what you're describing exists today is lack of policy and lack of regulation in the area to guard people's behavior and hold people accountable. We now have waste management policy. We now have waste management regulation. And these instruments have to be in place first as a guardian, so that even if we carry on an enforcement, there is something that you can rely upon as an enforcement. As I speak to you, just within the time, we have developed and validated 11 policy documents. And one of the policies document is solid waste management policy that is private sector driven primarily, and a waste management regulation. We're sharing this document with the Monrovia City Corporation and the Painesville City Corporation and all the city mayors across the country. Our role as EPA is enforcement, is to ensure that those regulations are implemented. To see some result will take a little bit of time because it has to do with change of behavior. People have to learn how to change their behavior, and where people are not changing their behavior, we force them to do so because that's what law enforcement is all about. So our involvement in it is at a level of policy to develop the guardian tools for the city corporation and those who in the sector to operate under those. So we're having a series of meetings with the city government. We're working with them. One thing also that we are advocating for, and we hope we can get that, to have landfills, because the one that is in Wayne is overfilled. We actually need 3. We need one towards the Bummy, we need one to the Painesville, and our way. So that if people are collecting this trash and things, they can have place to dispose of them. You know, that one area we are looking at in terms of long term, in terms of how we can be able to raise climate financing to support some of the efforts. So we are indeed concerned about the dirtiness of the city and the country, but at this point, we have been working at a policy level to make sure we get a regulatory instrument that are necessary. Because we're going to enforce. I don't see we'll go at EPA. I mean, we can do that if we have some time, but to say we're going to collect the trash, no. Those who are supposed to collect the trash, they should collect it. If they do not collect it, we'll hold them accountable.
Why landfill and not a plant, recycling plant? Mr. Dwalo,
no, I mean, no. When I talk about landfill, when I talk about landfill, I just talk about one type. But in other words, what I'm talking about, a waste facility, recycling would be the best one that you're talking about. We need, in those 3 localities, we need 3 to be able to take care of these things. Recycling one is the way the EP will be, that's the one we'll advocate for. I just mentioned landfill as a baseline, but those innovations, we're looking into up to them. We have some folks from Turkey, they came and made some presentation about recycling and the rest of it. Those kind of technology, we are interested in them. So our is ready to develop the basis. Yes.
Thank you. And I'm going to say this. This is an observation. Like I said, I ran a waste management operation in the country for over 10 years. I know a lot about it, Honorable Uri, but I will say this. I don't want my city to be encircled by landfills. 3 landfills sound like a good idea, but when you look at the bigger spectrum, the Ethiopians have a great model. We can think about it later on. But let me ask you my question. Historically, maybe this is not pertaining to you so far, but I'm talking about the EPA as it stands now. We've heard stories when EPA personnel go to major corporations around the country, for example, B Mountain, the issue of bribe will come up. We will hear stories that the EPA can just go there, the people get in small thing. We understand what happened in King George. Will the mercury be in the water? Most of the fish die. As an EPA director, it was not only your tenure, but on another administration. We know what happened in those locations. What have you put in place to mitigate your officials taking bribe and not enforcing the law? Is such thing is continuing to exist under your administration? And can you speak to that existing before in terms of EPA officers being accused of taking bribes?
This is a very important question. One person, it's difficult to have bribery because it always involves 2 or more persons. What we've done about that is ourselves, ahead of the EPA, being totally accountable, and nothing of a bribery that crosses us that will survive. Not at all. Myself, holding myself accountable to the highest degree, and not just at the EPA, all through my life, every place I have worked before. You can go there and ask. You are in the States, I, the folks of Madison. I served as president for the community for almost 3 years. When I come to Liberia, they asked me even to be leading them from Liberia, Wisconsin. or the college that I serve. So the example we have exhibited, we expecting everyone to fall in line. One thing our inspectors are so happy about today, they have said sometimes they wanted to enforce the law, but in more instances, people in higher up stop them from enforcing the law. But you follow our activities in terms of imposing 1,020,000 fines on company and collecting a lot of that money into government revenue. Our inspectors are energized to say that their effort now, when they're trying to bring companies into compliance, those companies are coming into compliance. So again, our integrity boxes, our grievance boxes are there. All you have to do is write a piece of information. You don't have to put your name on it. Give us tips and we'll follow the tips. Give us tips and we'll follow the tips. And at the EPA, we are motivating them. In fact, the EPA staff may far less than similarly situated institution. We made some comparative analysis of those already. But they've got Christmas. Something is in their handbook in terms of some sort of Christmas bonus. We managed to get some money to be able to do that.
Thank
And
you.
so this type of incentive, 10 people were getting retired from the EPA, from CIC. When they sent the list to us, they called me to a meeting. An Irish woman broke down into cry. They're going to, what, we've been here, I've been here for over 10 years. Where am I going now? Instead, I'm retired. All of them, they were angry and frustrated. I told them, please, I can't talk to you now. Let me go and check. I told the human resource, go by what is on the book. It's on the book that when you work for EPA, each year you work is equivalent to 1 month pay. The higher you get in that month. We calculated all those people, I think it was 30 some more thousand or so. I called them and said, here, we'll pay you the money, your retirement money. We'll pay you in 3 installments. We'll pay 50% the first time you retire, all the arrears, and the next one we'll pay in 2 different installments. Then our human resource officer will follow you to the NASCOP to make sure that your social security run. The poor became very, very, very happy. So all these motivation, one who would think that you want to risk yourself by involving into bribery, you have to contend with.
Thank you, Dr. Jabaro. My brother, mommy, welcome to the show. So basically, you are showing the Liberian people that their EPA is going to work for them. They are not going to take SAR, as we say in Liberia, when it comes to honoring the people's business. But here's my second question to you. As a boy in Buchanan, I grew up in Buchanan, and I still remember they used to come, the EPA will come around the community and spray the air. I know we're not there yet. Just follow the logic. Whenever you had dump out behind your house, the EPA will almost find you. I want to take this back to Monrovia. We get all tired and all around. We play with water now, so to say people dumping there. You go in the community there, people can get to the also bathroom pipe, they are putting also a running in the community, it creating more mosquito, it making the children sicker. What is EPA designing to address this? If it's such a thing is in your plan?
So right now, we have started to demolish some makeshift bathroom. Our inspectors have given people warning letters. This bathroom not supposed to be here. You got to move it. You don't move it, we go there and move it and move it. We have started to do some of those things in place. The other thing is the garages. Garages all over the place. But what are they doing with the oil and the rest of it? So right now we are in the process of developing a regulation in that sector as to the garages, how they're going to manage themselves. Because that's one of the issues as well. The other one we are working on is noise pollution. Why is it that the country just loud? In the market, people get playing loud music almost non-stop. They are destroying their ears because the ear is supposed to be exposed to a certain level of decibel. And if it is above it over time, you get hearing problems. Why all these? Right now, we are developing that as I speak to you currently. One that is coming, we'll start to enforce it. What's about the natural gas that we're using all in our homes in terms of heating? Even at my house, there have been leakage of that stuff before. You know that gas is colorless and sometimes odorless. When it leaks, how will you know? And a lot is being imported into the country right now. So right now, we're also developing a policy to hold the company accountable that are distributing those things. They have to operate on a certain category, and if any of their gases leak, they have to be held accountable. But it's difficult to operate in these areas if you don't have a regulation in place to guide the people's behavior. When the violation takes place, what is to be done exactly? You know, the other time I said Liberia is old but young.
Thank you.
We owe in age. But how come all these policies that are supposed to make society to be a better society, we don't have them in place? So right now we're driving towards, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to go to Governor Clinton, but I want you to keep in mind for the backlash that's going to come and be prepared. You people want to take food from people more than saying that loans are mini, 7 mini, and you want to say that noise pollution. Don't answer that. Your Governor Clinton ask this question, we'll go to Mame, and then we'll go back this way. It's going to go after this real deal,
Like, I wanted to circle back. You know, I'm not sure I heard you right. Did you say you didn't defend your budget? This year's budget?
What I did not spend it?
No, you didn't defend it. You were not called to defend your budget?
Well, what calls to defend the budget? I actually get a letter stating my appearance.
Okay.
When we got there, we were told the EPA budget, because they're trying to get it budget, and so at the revenue side, they were looking for the institutions that gave a lot more revenue. They were prioritizing them over a small budget like the EPA in terms of timing. So we didn't really sit to answer questions.
So you were saying
Because
on this platform, you were saying to Liberian people that you are going to be presiding over a budget that you had no opportunity to explain, no opportunity to tell the Liberian people what direction you are going in, no opportunity to answer any of the questions of a budget and it's been passed already.
Well, we were told in terms of the size of our budget, in terms of the pick at which the legislature is working, they were paying attention much more to the bigger institutions than the smaller institution like ours. We are prepared to explain. Even tonight, I can explain our budget to the Liberian people. It's not a problem. It's a clear budget. It's tied to programs, the program we're implementing. We have developed a 5-year strategic plan that is based on the arrest agenda, because we were involved in the development of the arrest agenda. Pillar 5 is talking about environmental sustainability. We're taking that pillar 5 and then break it down and analyze it, because I said the plan we made at the EPA, 20% was completed. We reviewed that plan and revised it. And then we had a retreat with our employees, 2 days employees. We did SWOT analysis. We took all the data and put it together and developed a 5-year strategic plan that cost $32 million from 2025 to 2029. So $32 million. We're taking that plan, we're taking 1 year implementation plan from that strategic plan is ready. And that plan is about $5.5 million. We break everything down. Everything as to how to decentralize the EPA. EPA cannot get in Monrovia. EPA is supposed to be all across the country. Next year, that we started that decentralization this year by establishing 4 new offices. 2 is ongoing now. Another 2 is ongoing. River G, as I speak to you, as well as Grand Crew, they are ongoing. We're trying to strengthen Sino as well as Maryland. We want to do that all across the country next year. So our plan is very, very clear. So even tonight, we can explain it. But I don't think we were waiting to go, and we did go. But
thank you. Next question,
No, I don't have another question. I just wanted, I think his answer highlight what something, I said here yesterday. I think this action by the legislature is just criminal. They are trying, and they did move this budget 10G, 4G, or whatever you call it, against the interests of Liberian people. Yeah, you have an EPA, which is a very important agency in the Republic of Liberia, environmental protection. They put forward a budget, no opportunity to explain our budget. The senators And the representative who quite frankly don't care, the fact they don't want to listen to anything, they didn't want to bring any experts to question the management of EPA. It just speaks to this selfish, political interest of a few group of people in the Senate and the House of Representatives who are trying to dog a illegal process, and they are trying to move this thing. And I'm not surprised if this goes to the margin with everything we're hearing, even from yesterday was LBS, today is EP, that is president, that he's going to show that he has no respect for the rule of law, and he's going to affix his signature to this 4G budget or 10G budget. So that's the point I want to make.
Thank you. I regret bringing you on, Mommy.
Yeah, that Yagbawolo, good to be with you on the show. I don't know whether you already spoken about the $335 or $350 you made there. I mean, okay, if you already spoken about that, that's fine. When people most of the time think about Ministry of Health, they say, okay, it's important because it will address, when I'm sick, I will try to get medicine. They will put in place good things to be able to get. When they talk about Ministry of Education, they know they're working around education, so they're passionate to hear about it. When you talk about Ministry of Finance, they're concerned, oh yeah, Ministry of Finance, we got because they're trying to bring in money or try to spend money. LRA, the same thing. LPRC, they're concerned, oh yeah, LPRC, they will help out with money. What can you say about EPA that brings Liberians attention to the work you do and provide moral support to the team that you're trying to decentralize across the country? Moral support in the type of the work you do in public policy and public sector is very important. Most of the other institutions, the ordinary people know how important they are to their daily life. How is EPA important to the daily life of the ordinary people that they will see your institution and the people you deploying across the country as partners in progress and give them that moral support? Speak to them on that.
Oh, thank you. And I will start with this analogy between a medical doctor and a public health official. One who is a public health researcher and one who is a medical doctor. Medical doctors are very famous and they do a good job. Public health officials are not that famous. Think about this. A public health official, say people are getting drunk in the water. They are getting drunk. The doctors are in the water to save them when they are getting drunk. A public health official will think about what is causing this. He's at the headwater. If there is a bukume or anything that is causing the people to get in the water, his role is to prevent that so people will not get in the water in the first place. But because doctors, and they do a very good job, they are hands-on on people, and the public health official hands is not on people, right? He will not be as recognized as compared to the medical doctor. This is the role the EPA play. Quite frankly, without the EPA, it's very difficult to have a functional country without an EPA. When people mind goals, they are interested in getting gold and making money. They don't really care about what will happen afterward. They don't care about the machinery they're using to take their goal, the land, the degrading, the livelihood of the people. They don't really care. They are after the goal and the money they will make out of the goal. EPA is there to intervene on behalf of the people and the community that this goal you're taking, you have to do it in a responsible way. And so they are compared to conduct environmental impact assessment. This goal you're going to be mining here, what the impact it has on the environment, the chemical you're using, what the impact it has on the environment. In fact, the people, their livelihood you're going to destroy, what can you say about it? And so before the EPA can grant that permit, they have to justify their action. And they have to develop what we call environmental management plan. And that plan would say all the things they will do, how they will mitigate those actions. That's just one level of the EPA in terms of how the EPA help the community. But in fact, the international financing mechanism, climate change, Who is responsible? The EPA is responsible. The EPA have attracted millions of dollars to Liberia. Right now, through the EPA, we are developing $10 million project. That project is situated at the Ministry of Agriculture. What is they going to be doing to add value to agriculture? Because we notice that our farmers, they are not linked to market, to bigger buyers like the supermarket, or even those who want to export. That money is coming to help in terms of implementing the National Agriculture Policy. I am the national designated authority that go for this fund and try to help the country. Or if we're going to be building a coastal revetment to stop Sano County, especially Greenville, from washing away. The sea level is rising and Greenville is threatened. West Point is threatened. Where that 20 some more $million that is being spent in Sano County or in West Point, total more than $40 million, where that money comes from?
Thank you.
It comes from the arm of the EPA.
Thank you.
There are many things we can talk about, but without the EPA, it's difficult for you to have a functional country.
Thank you, sir.
Or not just in Liberia, but all around the world.
The next question, Mommy.
Second question, Jack. This is about the blue economy. Around August, September 2023, close to the election, the George Weah administration entered into an agreement with a company called Blue Carbon to come and operate in the blue economy. They gave them in the agreement 2.7 million acres of land, 2 times more than the land Firestone get. Give it to them for 30 years. Section 18.3 of the agreement said the revenue they would generate from the forest, they would take 70% and they would give the government 30%. I just share it in the chat room. My question to you is, and all this was happening at the time, there was no policy on how the blue economy in Liberia should function. No policy at the time. My question to you is, what's the status of this agreement that was taking 2.7 million acres of people forest land for 30 years, and the blue carbon was taking 70%, and the government was only taking 30%? What's the status of that agreement? That's one. Two, what mechanism has the EPA and other stakeholders put in place to create a policy framework for the blue economy, since it is a potential sector? Those are my 2 questions on that particular topic.
Thank you, Mame. Important question. Please give me a minute to roll all this. I studied the entire history of concession in Liberia as my PhD dissertation. The entire history of concession, how Liberia had historically granted concession agreement in Liberia, from the Firestone days or even pre-Firestone days up until San David time. You know the problem? You cannot sell, you don't know what you have. How will you do that? Concessionaires will come, they will go and explore, they will discover what they have, they will come and negotiate with the government and say, this is what we found. Oh yes, because we trust them very well, they will tell all the truth and will negotiate. One can safely say, with all the data, Liberia had not benefited from the concession agreement, like where it's supposed to be. And we can see the result of the poverty that is in the country and lack of infrastructure, both pre-war and post-war. That is clear. If carbon, which can be stored in a tree to absorb, a tree can absorb carbon, and because of that, to lower the climate change below 1.5 that is required by the Paris Agreement through carbon trading. If it is to be done, can we then use the same model and just go and start giving our forests and get full price tag on it? What the data we have? To answer your question, the National Climate Change Secretariat in July 3rd of this year, they met a host of government approach and unanimously endorsed and agreed that the EPA is meant to be responsible for carbon market, and development of policy framework in Liberia. The FDA, where it concerns forest carbon, will play a significant role. Based upon that power vested by the National Climate Change Steering Committee in the EPA, I can say blue carbon has not moved an inch. I can say it's on hold. The blue carbon people have not come to EPA to say, oh, we get the preliminary agreement with the government, how do we move it? EPA had not gone to blue carbon and say, you did it with Liberia, how do we move it forward? It's on hold. Why is it on hold? To answer that particular question, you only sell what you know you have. For that reason, the EPA has signed a letter of agreement, the EPA and Minister of Justice, Minister of Finance, FDA, with a coalition of rainforest nations. Ma'am, I want you to check these people. The coalition of rainforest nations, or more than 50 countries coalition, headed by Kevin Connell from Papua New Guinea. So that to provide us with the technical capacity, as I speak to you, a lot of training going on now will start from EPA and FDA to do the forest inventory of carbon stock in Liberia. Because that will give us information as to what the country potential is. There's a whole math to calculate. There's a whole process to get to. So we have said between 12 to 24 months, starting there going September, we get Liberia ready to participate in the carbon market. And all those that are coming approaching the EPA, we tell them, hold on, until we can get the policy and law in place, benefit sharing, all that, and do the inventory and see the carbon stock we have, the value of it, before we can open it to the market. This is exactly the process we are on. And that is headed by the National Climate Change Secretariat that is situated within the EPA, headed by Mr. Elijah Wapo.
Thank you.
Thank you. So blue carbon is on hold.
It's on hold.
It's on hold.
Thank
And Dr. And before I go to ask it though, I'm going to say this to you, Dr. Yapabulo. The issue you just raised here, we've not learned from what we've done in the past when it comes to mortgaging the resources of the country. You're absolutely right. How can we sell something when we have not fully valued what that something is? We don't even know what we're getting. And the point to even look at how they deviate up the distribution of the ownership of the carbon credit. 70-30?
70-30.
Mama Kwe won't cooperate. Won't call, woman won't call. He says cost per one cost per million. I don't know anything like this. So how do you our country? I said though, I get to you better.
Well, so thank you. Like I keep saying, if you have people who are interested in complaining and providing solutions, they are quick to contradict themselves. And when you listen to those people, you quick on exposing them. So, Chief, I listen to you. You talk about all of the bad things on the planet at EPA, but you admitted, though, that you met a 5-year strategic plan that was implemented at 20% after year one. That seems to any logical mind that the implementation of that strategic plan for 5 years, already implemented at 20%, was on course. Because if you were to find an average of implementation per year, 5 years, you should at least be implementing at a rate of 20%. So it means it was on course. And like you said, you went and restructure it, which was a good thing. But like I've said, if people are bent on complaining, then providing solutions, they contradict themselves, and those who listen can expose them. And that's what I'm doing to you. But I want you to reaffirm something. You know, small things are very, very important to knowing the truthfulness of statements that come from people. You said earlier, and I want you to kind of slow up and repeat. You did not hire no new person at EPA. That's what you say. I want you to be slow in responding to this. You didn't hire no new person?
Oh man, well, better do you're very interesting.
And that's my first question. Right.
Yeah, you're very, very interesting. You're looking for words in my mouth so much. And then the first thing here is, since I started this show, I have not complained about past administration. I gave data. I gave data to what the administration gave us. I gave data as to what the JPTD gave us. I gave data as to what we saw. I'm only presenting fact. I'm not complaining about past. But solution, except maybe, I don't know, in terms of listening capacity on your part, but we have been providing solutions. Throughout the show, we spend the time talking about the reform effort. I don't know why you don't want to pick on those, but you say we bank on complaining, and I have not complained. To answer your question, I the senior management. In terms of department, EPA has 8 departments. All the senior managers are people we met at the EPA. They are still there. I took new staff, my co-staff in my office. They are there. 3 or 4 persons are in my office. The people that were in that office that work for Prof. Tape, I switched them to other department with their position and their pay. I didn't fire them. I didn't do anything to them. I brought my staff. I transferred them. They carry on their pay and everything. The EPA is moving fine. You are supposed to go to the EPA yesterday and see the year-end program. I say, please take some time and interview 5 or 10 current employees of the EPA about their view about the administration. They will tell you.
Right. So my second question, and again, you see, like I said, it is very easy to catch people who always complain. I ask you the question of the staff because for a reason. Not because I just wanted to ask, but I wanted to bring you to my second question. Remember when you started to talk, you said GAC could not even do any audit because there was no documents. The bank records were in place.
No, I will interrupt you, brother. I will interrupt
let me
because
end.
you're lying. No. I say you're
Okay.
lying. No. I will not.
I wanted
allow
to
you
end, but finish. I will end.
No.
All right,
I will
let
not
me
allow you
end.
to
Then you will
continue with the
provide your
question
clarity.
because you lying.
Let me end.
That's not what I said.
Okay, let me
I did
end.
not say so.
Let me end. You will
I did
provide
not say so.
clarity.
No.
Okay,
But
let
I
me
will
end.
debunk it. I did not say
Okay, Chief.
GSC did not conduct audit because document. No. I did not say. I said we wrote the internal auditing agency based upon the advice of the Finance Ministry. It took some time. They came to tell us that they can only do system audit, but we wanted full audit, and we are rating the GSC to come and conduct that audit. We're waiting for them. Don't take word in my mouth and try to fix it. No, I didn't complain about paper. So I will correct you before you proceed.
Right.
Because I will not allow you
Thank
to
you.
continue with that lie and get to the end.
Sure.
I simply try to
Thank you.
implicate.
And again, there are people that can only talk things before they try to remember what they said. I will encourage you when you go home, take your time, listen to the show again. You will hear you
I
talking
can
about
listen to
document,
it
people
10
not
times.
ready,
In
bank
fact,
statement.
those who are listening
So
on the
let
show
me
can
continue.
attest to what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Even
no,
those
you
who are
said
listening
you
can attest to it.
no, you said it. You said
I did not say
when
so.
you came, the financial
Okay,
record was
just
not in
move on. Ask the
place.
I
question.
did
But
not say so. Even those who are listening to the show from the beginning will not say that. I say only you are saying that, and you are lying completely. You're not saying the truth.
Well, you talked about you going to transparency because you have turned the senior management into budget committee, which I told you that you are destroying that entity if you were to ever do that. If what
And
you
I
say
said
is
no.
true,
It's
and then
not
you
been
said
destroyed.
now the comptroller comes every Monday to actually brief you guys on what's the expenses, what's the revenue. That was funny because almost every entity that I know got access to go and get in the financial records every day. But let me go to my question, and you can answer the question any way you want to answer it. Or like I was saying, if you had all of these problems, if you met the place in shambles, if you met an EPA that according to you, before you got there was totally unrecognizable, like nothing was in place. It was only by a miracle and by the mighty power of God that with your being there now, EPA now is a glorious burning place. Everything is in place. Chief, with all of the problems you met, with how the place was so bad, you are telling us again that the very same staffs who were there, for which the place was so bad,
I said that was not said.
are
I
the
said,
same
let me
staff
know.
you have there
Yeah.
right now, and you
I
did
think you're,
not even,
I think you're loud.
and you did not.
I think you're loud.
Well, that's why you said. And Dwadu, it
You're
is rule of you
loud.
to always
Ask the
contradict
question.
me.
You're loud.
Ask the question.
No, it is rule
You
of
must
you.
feel
Give
like
me
you're
chance.
lying,
This
like
is
you're
why you
better.
got thin skin. Let me
You're
even
loud.
out with a man. My man talk like 10 minutes to ask question. Give me
Got you.
chance. I know you will say I can lie because why?
You're
You know the
loud.
people are fed of the
Now
truth.
ask your question
So
now.
again, Dwadu,
You're
stop
loud. You're loud.
interrupting me. So again, what you are doing is to condemn the work of your staffers who have been working in that place for years over years with their efforts and telling them that you met the EPA the way you describe it, and you never had the balls, Chief, to dismiss those who contributed to the bad shape of the EPA. How can you reconcile the two statements?
You reconcile it because
No,
you
I can't.
lying.
I'm
So
asking you
you
because
Let
I
me
know
answer
reconcile.
now.
Not
Let me
you
answer.
came
reconcile.
here
Ask
with
it.
an
It
excuse.
is a waste of
You
time.
know?
Let me
It is a
answer.
waste of time to try to reconcile what you are putting together so kuni. I can't recognize. I mean, we're talking important here. Each time you speak, you get trying to drag or behind. I said, man, you should be, you should be up there in terms of
Yeah, Chief,
challenging the
answer
EPA
the
director
question.
in terms
Answer the
of that.
question.
You don't
I
take on
asked a
load.
simple
I will
question.
not
Answer it.
reconcile any stuff. You reconcile it for yourself.
Because
It's
you are
not a question that
contradicting
can reconcile.
yourself. You
Okay.
say A in
No,
next
no,
time
no,
you
no,
say
no, no,
B
no. I
upside
can't
down.
reconcile
Where
that
are you
stuff.
heading?
No,
Try
no,
to
no, 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 no,
focus
no, no.
on helping the
Isaac,
agency
Isaac,
Go
to
to
be
EPA
cleaner.
let's move on.
workers.
Let's
Go
move
to
on.
Let's,
EPA
let's
and
move
ask the
on.
workers there to
The people
pay.
are listening, they got senses.
You
Stop your
reconcile it.
complaining.
I cannot reconcile it for you.
Thank you.
You
Thank you.
cannot be bringing the people down when they work plenty years, yet still you have them, and you saying
You go
all of
and
the bad things
reconcile it.
against them.
Thank you.
That
Thank
is
you,
a
I
Mr.
gave
bad
Left.
you a
habit.
data.
You need to stop
I
it.
gave you three
Thank you.
set of data. I gave you three set of data. Data of what the administration told us, data of what the JPTT told us, data of what we saw. So you go and reconcile
So,
the
so
lying.
I think we
I
should
can't
move.
reconcile that for
No,
you.
we gotta move
We gotta
on.
move on.
I think we should
Yeah.
move
We
on.
gotta move on,
Brother Gray,
gentlemen.
that's coming up to you guys. Only I don't have the controls, so there's nothing I can do. Asa has the right to ask. I know Asa just frequently because everybody listening to Dr. Yakbaru here, anybody can verify what he did say. You can go back to the tapes. We have to get serious about the people's business. We cannot be cavalier about it. Colonel Gray.
Well, Mr. Director, let me top the water down a little bit. I heard you talking about your
Somebody got a
people.
radio on, guys. Can we mute?
Oh, sorry. Actually, that's my private radio playing it. So, so you said your folks are disincentivized. In other words, they don't have the kind of benefit that will dissuade them from being corrupt. And one of the problems we have in Liberia, even though we say people should go by their salary, but there are certain times when you're trying to incentivize people to sway them away from being bribed. Here in the U.S., for instance, if you're a collector, as simple as that job may sound, if you collect a certain percentage, they try to give you bonus because they don't want you to do anything funny. They may or may not give you bonus, but in Liberia, you are telling someone who is disincentivized to go collect X amount of million or to go regulate, say, an EPA agency that falls within your control. Say, for instance, Mittal, or maybe you go to the Western cluster there, and there are certain agencies, there are certain businesses that exist. You tell the man to go collect $10 million or regulate somehow, police the regulation of some 10 million, 20 million, something. How would that man avoid being bribed? Say somebody gave him $2 million or $1 million, and just look at that money, a man that is disincentivized, and then walk away. I mean, we're humans, for God's sake. So what do you have in place, to encourage people not to? You said they're paid, ridiculously. And I heard you. Hope I'm not being Mr. Doe here, but I think I heard you saying something of that nature. Correct me
Yes.
if I'm
Yeah,
wrong.
no, I said when you compare them to other institutions, EPA staff are made lower. Yes,
Yeah.
salary.
What are you
I
doing
think.
with it about that?
Well, I could agree. As somebody with PhD, I do a lot of research work, a lot, and I'm not a psychologist, and I don't specialize in that. But there are common sense to things. One experiment have always tried in leadership positions. One is to demonstrate outstanding leadership performance as a leader. That's one. And when you do that, what I have noticed over the time is people gravitate towards your style. That's one, right? The second one, which is even more important, is to try to keep people into position who are trustworthy, who can be relied upon. It's not too difficult to find them because you can see that in their character. You can ask people about them. Like in the case of the EPA, these senior managers in the thing, many of whom I never knew before getting to the EPA, is questioning. Is opening the way for people to speak in a grievance box where they don't have to write their name. And what are they writing on the papers? What they're saying is many other factors. Then you get those key leadership who share because the personal value of integrity and hard work that are embodied. Those people you put in key positions, like the inspector general we have right now, the inspector general or the young man who is heading the ESIA. When you put the quality into key position, you have less to worry about because they have a fundamental value of no corruption. And because of those, then you solve the problem to a certain extent because people not only that they really qualify, but they share the value of good governance. You lower some of the bar. The next one is to put in mechanism where people can report anonymously. That if somebody is doing something wrong, somebody can report it without that person, being haunted. You put all the system in place. Not coming here to discuss all the detail of the EPA today. But those who work there, some people know very well they have warning letters, right? On issues already as to, hey, this was not the right way to do. You are warned from that the next time. It didn't amount into firing them, right? But if it amount to a point where you got to be fired, you be fired straight away. People know the level of discipline that we carry on the institution. In fact, the way we discipline ourselves. I get to that office 6:45 to 7 o'clock every morning. My wife give me food. I go and eat in that office. I stay in that office at 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock, I call my assistant. I say, Tim, I had to go my job again finish. I can get joke. I say, go my job again finish. I had to go and see my daughter before she sleep. I go to work at 6 o'clock every day. Every day from Monday to Friday, and sometimes over the weekend. Sometimes we have 2 buildings right now. We're moving into a new building in January. But sometimes we'll leave early in the morning and go take the sign-in sheet. I sit there, everybody you can sign before me. As soon as 8:35, I take that sign-in sheet to my office. The rest of the people that will come, you have to come in my office to sign. You see that? So when you show that kind of leadership, people fall in line. And those who will bend on doing ugly things, eventually it will come out and they will bear the consequence of their actions. That's why we put in some of the small incentives to make the job attractive. So that when you put out a bad behavior, you get something to lose. We're going to try to keep that particular servant benefit that when you work at the EPA each year is equal to a month. We're trying to keep it. We're going to find a way to raise money and put it in an extra account so that anytime people get retired in the future, they will get that money. But the prerequisite would be you have to get a good behavior. Because if you do something ugly, you are fired, you lose that money. That's going to be specified in the handbook. You understand? So those who have worked there for a few years, they have incentive to keep on. Because when I stay here for 10, 15 years, I can calculate how much I'm going to get. We put some incentive in place to guide people's behavior. And yet, those who will still violate, then of course, they bear the full consequence of the law.
All right.
Okay, I believe your
Yeah,
second question. Mami,
yeah.
I'm going to leave the show. You'll take over, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So let me say this. I hear you said when the person leaves the job or when they retire or so on. But sometimes if you pay the person up front, they'll be able to ably deploy that money in terms of investment. And by the time they retire, they would have had X amount of investment and stuff to leave for their own kids. But let me go back to this issue of this environmental degradation. If you ever travel between the Bushwood Island going towards all the way to Poor River, people are actually dumping refuse in our water. And take for instance um, our island, what we refer to as the Independent Island. If you go there, the place is becoming smaller and smaller because people keep dumping, garbage in the water, and the water not moving, and that's environmental hazard degradation. You know, um, Providence Island all the way to Poor River. If you check it, it's just the MOS. In other words, that's the common practice of people who live in those areas. Um, I would like you to tell us exactly whether some of your regulation will reach that level, or we just leave them to the peril of the people living around. Liberians, we are not so good at keeping our own environment too clean, and that's why in countries of scale, they compel you to do it. Madam Bro used to go every Saturday or Sunday. I remember one day of the month to do general cleaning, and I hope that culture continues, but I doubt it because given what I saw when I was in Liberia last, it just shows that nobody cares anymore. So the only institution we have probably is your institution, because city mayors are not doing. They try now. I mean, Sharuk, I saw him moving, but it's not sufficient. What are you doing in terms of regulation with those kinds of activities, sir?
Yes, what you describe is bad and not supposed to be first happening in the first place. There has to be a whole government and societal approach in terms of what are the regulations of construction that you cannot construct without a bathroom in the hands of a public work who is doing the guy that is doing a great job in terms of the road construction around the country now, or you talk about the city mayor and the rest of it. EPA role, EPA has us taking that stuff. We had never had a water quality regulation in the first place. It was just the 13th of December when the Policy Council of the EPA that finally approved all policy documents of the EPA approved the water quality regulations. Is that regulation now we can both educate the public and we can give copy that's we are doing to the Monrovia City Corporation and all the stakeholders as to how we can deal with these problems. And where there need to be enforcement, we collectively enforce. Sometimes there will be cry along the way. Sometimes, because the country gotta be clean. We can't have a country like this going forward. But we needed to get an instrument first to rely on. I can safely say the EPA has not developed that. Going forward is public education as well as enforcement. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Gonna Great. Doug, I want to take you back to the blue carbon. I know you talk about the plans the steering committee has to be able to ensure that we quantify what we have before we can bring in people to partner with. That's just the first step. The second thing I saw with the agreement that was signed close to the election was, and I want to see whether you're planning something differently. The blue carbon company was recruited without competitive process. The PPCC said they are awarding the
2.7 million acres of land for 30 years to blue carbon alone because of strategic security reasons. So they don't want to go in competitive process. My question to you is, what should we envision? Because I know blue carbon is a multi-billion-dollar investment sitting in the country. What do we expect? Should we expect a policy regulation that creates the opportunity for people to compete and get access to foreign resources to manage? Or is it the same thing where we just identify one company and say for security reason, we give you X number of forests? Give us a picture of what we should expect, what we should anticipate.
What we expect is what the Paris Agreement calls for. What we expect is what the regulation is in terms of carbon market under the UNFCCC. We can go into detail. What we expect is Liberia being live out of poverty. That's what we expect. We expect if we're getting money from carbon, that money should change the lives of ordinary Liberians. Nothing more, nothing less. That's what our president has called for. And that's why we embody to implement. What when I say the UNFCCC, some of these people, sometimes people go into things, they don't really have good idea about it. The way carbon market work, the money you raise from that, you can't use it to emit more carbon. No. You cannot take that money to build a diesel plane, start degrading. You can't do that. It's a restricted money. You have your nationally determined contribution, which as a country, you say, this is how we are going to contribute towards mitigating and adapting to climate change. But this process, we don't have money to reach to the high-hanging fruit. Take, for instance, we have the SP2 on the Singapore that is costing about $700 million to build a hydro. Or if you wanted to pour a reservoir where you keep that water during the rainy season to release it during the dry season so you don't have shortage of water, the price go to about $1 billion. So if carbon money is coming, investment should go to that level so as to give the country electricity. But carbon money also, it has benefit sharing, especially forest carbon. People live in forests, people depend on forests, people live around the forest. They need better livelihood, their children need to go to school, they need to have clean water, they need to have electricity. So there's a benefit sharing mechanism embedded within the system. Going forward, Liberians expect to see these things because these are good tendencies of governance. And that's what we are doing at the EPA by the arrest agenda policy. So, we don't know what happened in the past. Those who did, they did that based upon their own understanding and how they did it. We are in charge now going forward. We are educated in the system. In fact, we participated in all the conference of the parties. We were seated at each negotiation table and we know what we discussed there. Whether we are in Baku, passing, $300 billion per year, far short of what was expected. Whether we are in Cali, making sure that indigenous people are on the table in discussing biodiversity, something called digital sequencing, genetic digital sequencing. We are sitting on the table. Or whether we are in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, where we're talking about what kind of system we can put in place to avert desertification in the world, and country by country. We are involved in all this because, in fact, we are some of the leaders in the field, right? So we know exactly what we're doing. And then, on the arrest agenda, under the administration, going forward, at least coming to the EPA, we expect to see forest carbon being discussed in the public. Any other thing that they want that the country will get the highest benefit. We're not talking about individual benefit. What we're talking about, we don't have anything. I can tell you something here. I don't want a car. I have a pickup over there left by the old administration. I'm using that pickup very comfortably. Even though we raise, and you need a better car, that's true. Not that I don't need a better car, but maybe in the future. But right now, let's focus on the workers. Let's focus on the EPA. Let's focus on the governance reform. Personal benefit is secondary to any public service if you want to be successful, especially in Liberia. And so Liberians would expect to see good things coming out of the carbon negotiation.
Thank you, Dad. As it do.
Yeah, so my question, I'm a fair person, like you wouldn't know now you're coming to see how fair I am. I wanted to congratulate you for a response you gave to Mame. Mame asked you the question, you tried to correct him, you debunked what he was saying, but he still came to ask you for the second time. So I want to ask you that same question, and thank you for, he asked you on the deal with blue carbon. He said government had a deal with blue carbon, where blue carbon was giving some form of whatever billion acres of land, and they would be taking 70%, and you debunk him, but he still asks you. Those are the campaign lies. Now let me ask you, Chief. When you took over in EPA, was there any signed deal with blue carbon in the Republic of Liberia that you know of?
In the first place, I did not debunk Mame. Mame asked about the status of the blue carbon deal. And I did say the status and say it was on hold because we have not approached blue carbon. Blue carbon has not approached us, and the government has decided EPA is in the lead anything comes to carbon. Mame asked, what is the way forward going forward? And I can't repeat myself again what I said. I did not debunk him.
Right. So you
to answer your question, in terms of the blue carbon, the information around the blue carbon, I, as an EPA director, have not seen. I mean, we all have read about it anecdotally, online, commentaries about it, and the rest of it. But to say that I have seen the original document, and say this is a document I signed that I can authoritatively speak about as EPA director, no.
Well, again, you are still debunking the thing, not debunking it. So let's come back to it. So this is your answer. No, there was no deal signed that you know of. You are right. There was a draft negotiation that was ongoing, but there was no deal. To say, oh, they agreed that we give you this, you will take 70%. And Chief, you should know this more than I do. When you are going into negotiation, you have a starting point. There will be back and forth. The person say, no, I want more, no, I want small, no, take small. There will be back and forth here and there. And then there will be a final deal. So you cannot base a premise on the start of a negotiation to assume that indeed somebody is taking 70%, other person is taking 30%. Those were actually the starting point to go on. So again, thank you for clarifying it. Like you said, there was no deal that you, as the EPA director today, can speak of because you did not see any original copy. We will move on from that one. Now, the second thing, I'm interested in small things because small things can reach to big things. You painted a very scenario picture of the EPA.
As it do 30 seconds quick before you turn it. Is there anybody in the background to put up some document up for me? Just sign up in the chat room, please. Go ahead, Azzy.
Right. And just before I go, I'm driving on the highway, so I'm in and out. So
you don't want to see the document.
No, I'm seeing the stream, but I will not
you
be
don't
on.
I'm driving.
I'm right here.
The document going for you don't want to see it. Give you an excuse.
No, Chief, I'm right here. I'm seeing the stream, but I'll be at the back. That's what I'm saying. But again, to my question, Chief, while we were on the show, I received a call from an employee from the EPA who had a lot to complain about. A current employee right now. I've never spoken to the person. And, they said a lot of things that, there were a lot of transfers made from the place. Most of those people perceived to be sedition, about 90% were transferred in the hinterland, in the rural places. So there has been noise. I was even forwarded 2 videos. I will post in the chat room after this question, 2 videos of a chaotic scene at EPA. When somebody even came from the car, wanted to fight. It was like a mess. With what I saw with my eyes and what I was told on the phone, Chief, it does not really seem that it is as the way you said it is, though. It seems to be employees are not too happy. Based on the video, I can send it to you. I think I got your number. I can send the video to you too, and you can tell me about it.
Well, exit, put
Right?
all your quote unquote fight together
Mm.
and present it to the public. What I'm saying is what I'm saying. The EPA is a lively institution. My workers are there. We had a beautiful year-end program yesterday. The women, I'm wearing a gown. They gave me surprisingly yesterday. I was not expecting it. Everything is quite in the open. Get it and present. We are in a free democratic society. Pour anything you have. What we do have about the fight, we put it to. Like brown people decide. I can't argue about that. I know we have a vibrant EPA now going forward. We haven't reached the place we're supposed to reach there yet. Because everything we discuss, and we see challenges in the country. We see, filthiness in the country. We see different things in the country. So we are not there yet. But clearly, we are on a roll to having an institution that is well respected, not just in Liberia, but across the entire world. So you say you have this, you have that, people fighting. What? People fighting? For when? You present your fights. But I know that we have a good EPA. And I say, take 5 employees randomly, interview them today. All of our listeners too, those who are following us, go to the EPA, randomly pick up 5 employees and ask them about the current administration, how it's proceeding, and get their perspective.
Thank you, Doc. If the person in the background can kindly put up the document from the FDA so we can make clarity here. The approach the George Weah administration was using for forest carbon was to take it and put it under FDA. So the EPA would not have the documents and the processes they were using because it was not under EPA under George Weah administration. Dr. Yakpawulu, I think you said it was recently that the committee met.
Yes.
Please restate that for me. Let me connect it with my
Well, the National Commission Secretary Committee is headed by the Finance Minister. I'm the first deputy. FDA is the second deputy. That committee is responsible. It's a group of ministers, a whole government approach to mainstream climate change activities into national development agenda. They have a secretariat. The secretariat is in the EPA, and even the carbon policy we're developing, the secretariat is working on that. That steering committee met at the invitation of the president. Because when I came from Bonn in Germany in June, I met with the president. I briefed the president on the discussion, even on carbon stuff that have been discussed. The president requested a meeting of the National Commission Steering Committee to discuss carbon and find a way forward. The meeting was held on the 3rd of July at the Minister of Agriculture conference room. Well-attended meeting. There was a discussion as to carbon market who to lead. Is it FDA or is it EP? Long discussion went on. It was agreed that the EPA, based upon the capability of the EPA and being the nationally designated authority under the UNFCCC, and then responsible to report Liberia biannual transparency report. All the report that we made under the Paris Agreement, EPA is the one that is getting data and reporting. EPA was the best institution to develop carbon policy and law. Where forest carbon is concerned, that we did it with different, instead we started to make money out of forest, that the FDA will play a significant role. Since then, the EPA is in the lead. It's based upon that the EPA led the effort of signing a letter of agreement with a coalition of rainforest nations in terms of capacity building to take stock of Liberia forest carbon, as well as technical support in developing the policy and the law.
Thank
It
you.
was this year, July.
Thank you, Dad. I mean, I just wanted to make clear, I don't know whether the person in the background can put the letter up, but if not, the letter I'm referring to is basically the letter from the FDA in 2013, instructing or requesting from the PPCC to singly source blue carbon and to give them 2.7 million acres of land for 30 years. The agreement was drafted. The agreement was approved by Blue Carbon. That process was halted because of international pressure, and the people in the villages across Liberia, there are videos on YouTube of people in the villages in Riverses, in Bapolu, who were hinted that blue carbon is coming for your land. And it was in September, close to election, when villagers were protesting that who are these people? Where are they coming from? Our land is our heritage. We cannot give it all like that. When they realized that it will cost them vote in those counties, that had to pull back and suspended negotiation on blue carbon. Fortunately for Liberia, they lost the election. And we are now reforming the entire process to ensure that we take stock of what we have, we open a competitive process, companies can come in, and with the communities, they can use blue carbon, they can use carbon resources to transform their life. Unlike in the past, no policy in place, no regulation on blue carbon. FDA finally authorized PPCC to single source a company from the UAE that has no record in blue carbon trading. I just wanted to point that out to just show that distinction. It was a plan to take our people land and give it to a company that was just formed 4 months before that process and give them 2 times more the land that Firestone took. But thank God, the people themselves stood up and resisted. And because of that, they got afraid and pulled back. Colonel Remy Gray, you can speak to closing comments, and then that will wrap up, and then we'll close the show.
You know, Mr. Director, Liberia has become this area, this country where people can just do, like you were just talking about the blue carbon initiative. There are initiatives that have gone, unchecked for years. For instance, our mining sector. Of late, I'm beginning to be shaky when I hear these Turkey agencies are spreading their wings everywhere. Matter of fact, they even want one of our key ports in Buchanan, and there are certain officials in government that are pushing that. But I just wanted to know, what's your collaboration level with other agencies? Because most of what I've heard you describe, even though you talk about people, fostering regulation policies with investors who are involved with the sector, I just want to know, what's your coordination level, and with what agencies are you coordinating activities beyond Montserrado, going to some of our mining sectors that are unmanned, pretty much they're unsupervised, and people are just having a free will, a free party there. And do you have any encounter with those things?
So, in terms of government agency, the EPA law talk about EPA collaborating and supporting other institutions so as to ensure environmental sustainability. What is diversity cooperations, Forestry Development Authority, the National Disaster Agency, the Minister of Public Works, the Minister of Gender, Legis, many other government institutions, Minister of State, really just think about nearly all government agency, SOEs, EPA is collaborating with all of them. As a matter of fact, in January, we have collaborated with the Freeport of Monrovia and will be opening a brand new EPA office in the port of Monrovia because EPA officers are supposed to be there. Companies that are bringing chemicals in the country, they have to be licensed by the EPA, and those licenses have to be verified. So right now we have a new office will be opening at the Freeport of Monrovia. So we collaborate with all government across the sectors. In fact, EPA staff are busy, a focal person on the other committee, on that other committee, a lot more, a lot of work. So we collaborate across. And we are happy to report that so far we have got a very good collaboration. We are getting a lot of good support. The EPA Policy Council itself is a whole government approach. These are government ministries and agencies coming together, civil society, from all walks of life, everybody coming together, almost 34% to form the Policy Council of the EPA, which is the highest decision making of the EPA. So the act that created the EPA took a whole societal approach, and we are implementing that. Bigger companies, there are challenges, but are they behaving just outside the rule? Nope, they are not at this point. There are still issues that need to be corrected. Let me give you a few. When we closed down China Union, it was because they were in defiance of the EPA. We wrote them full time, they did not respond to us, and we closed them down. They have to come and pay some money into government revenue. There has to be substantial negotiation as to how to correct those before we get a temporary permit. When a settlement took sewage truck to Yekepa from Buchanan, the EPA said, you can't do that. You can't take sewage and transport it. As I speak to you, we have a plan now, have a recycling plan for a settlement to install in Buchanan. They changed our whole environmental team. They brought a new team and introduced it to us. When Bear Mountain wanted to expand to our community in Kidman, when they did the ESI report, EPA went there to verify. The people resisted. It didn't go on. Few months later, they brought another negotiation that they have signed. EPA went to verify. It didn't happen. Almost 6 months later, some of their lawmakers got involved. That EPA went back there, verified over 40, 50, 60% attended that meeting and affixed their signature for the company expansion before they were all granted the permit. So they right now follow the trend of event in Liberia. Those companies, especially the bigger one, because if you try it, we're going to name you and shame you. If your company is closed down and is published around the world for environmental degradation, you get bad reputation. Who company wants that? So clearly, there are challenges. Is there a way there 100%? No. There's still a long way to go. But going forward, gonna agree, please pay attention to pay attention to the work of the EPA and our interaction with these people. It's not like before going forward. So we are collaborating with government. We took a whole government to Baku. Why? Including a superintendent from the superintendent council. The superintendent will bring them together and get them 2 days training as to the ESIA process and will get permit. What are the conditions of the permit? We took a superintendent along with some chiefs to Baku. The reason why we took the senators and things, we're able to get the aid for them to get feeling of the discussion, how the global negotiation work. So again, we have a very good relationship with people in the government across, and we're supporting their work in terms of looking for financing to support their work, but also in terms of areas that they need to be aware in terms of environmental issues.
Thank you, Dad. You can give your closing. If there's anything you thought about that you just want to wrap up on, you can talk about it. and you call it a day, and we can call who's the person in controls to take over the show. Go
You
ahead,
want me
sir.
just say so?
So thank you. Thank you very much. So in terms of the closing statement, we say thank you to Spoon and thank you to all of the listeners and all of the followers. You see, our country is old, but yet, and we stay struggling. But if all of us work collectively, making sure that we have integrity as our touch barrier, good the principles of good governance, that thing when you serve people, you become selfless. You become the last servant leadership. That's what we are demonstrating at the EPA. In relatively short period of time, EPA presence is in 4 to 6 counties now by the close of the year, but we never had presence there before. Relatively short period of time, we conducted 1,463 compliance inspections. We able to be able to investigate 198 complaints. We closed a number of companies down. We imposed more than $1 million fines. We put hot orders. We developed 11 policy documents and validated them that had never existed before. Those policies will help us in terms of making sure we have environmental sustainability in Liberia. We open training opportunity to our employees, including some of the inspectors that are in the county that are never going anywhere. As I speak to you, some of them are on trip now. Taking our inspectors from in the interior and say you're part of the team, you need exposure as well. In relatively short period of time, we bought 2 new buses for our employees. They will not be machine anymore. They will ride a good bus and get to work on time. We buy additional vehicles as well. In relatively short period of time, EPA have been occupying a dilapidated building year in, year out. By January, we move into a modern building that when employee come, they will sign in with their fingerprint. You will sign in and sign out. You will not take a book to write on it again anymore. And those data will be analyzed at the end of every week and every month. And we see employees who are lackadaisical and their pay will be cut in relatively short period of time. A building fully with CCTV, everything in place. Relatively short period of time, we see companies coming into compliance. Even when they have problems, they are seeking the intervention of the EPA. Yet there are challenges. Number 1, environmental education. Environmental education, when people are educated, they take action. There's a wide gap. The flooding situation. By January, we'll be getting to January, February. You see that some area in that time will be sandy and clear, but not knowing by July, August that water plays down there. Who all know about that information? They will be building during the dry season. If rainy season comes, that's a water area. They don't have that information. Environmental education, even communicating climate change is problematic. You know, part of the challenge is the effort to decentralize across the country. That's why we have now developed a 5-year strategic plan. We developed a 1-year work plan out of that, tied to the arrest agenda. We are asking for Liberians to have confidence in the work of the EPA. Going forward, you see your EPA inspectors will be in uniform. They will be well dressed. When they appear, you see this is an EPA inspector. And when they speak, you will listen because they will come with quality, qualified people. Just get watched out for that by the end of June, in terms of March or so next year. You see a different inspector in short period of time. EPA workers, they are happy to work. Many of them, a hidden talent that had been in them before, they're showing on and say, we have leadership now. We can be able to get our all into it. So not much to say, but going forward, EPA staff, from a deputy, Honorable Dwell Bullet, to all the senior management, all of our workers, sweepers, security, everyone, we say thank you. We say thank you to the president, thank you to the legislature, and all our partners in government, and those outside government. You know, international organizations that are not coming to the EPA, even for advice on important international matters. We say thank you for the support. Let's keep working together. Our country has to be better. We don't have any option, do we? How many times we've been in poverty? How many times we've been impoverished? It will call ourselves an independent country. For how long? Do we have any option? No. The only option we have is to work and leave this country out of poverty. That is the reason why we are now advocating that in terms of our project implementation, let's limit the influence of international consultants. We have some capacity. Let's check in Liberia first. We don't have it. Let's check for Liberia around the world. Let's make sure our people get a job. We are advocating for green job because young people are not working. It's not correct to say young men cannot work and earn money. The EPA is looking for a way to support green jobs through the Ministry of Agriculture and through other institutions as well. Thank you. Thank you to Spoon for the opportunity tonight. I hope to come again. The last time I was here almost 6 months ago. I hope in the next 6 months we'll come back again and get a lot more update to the public. Thank you, my man.
You want to do it? You want to do it? Says more average. But before you go though, I'm on the highway. I need to. Yeah, before the chief go, and I was
Okay, so Mohammed, is the show okay now? I get a closing statement. Is it okay now?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, no, it's okay. But I just wanted to.
Yeah. So I'm going to cut this a day and because.
Thank you, Tara.
Okay, the chief running away. He won't go very quick. But let me just end quick. Now I'm on the highway. I gotta go. You know, of all of the things the chief thought that nobody here listening to, I think something was very striking, and it shows the government that we have today. This is the second person now, second entity we are hearing from that did not go to the so-called legislature to defend their budget. Meaning, something seems to be a joke. So the mayor is going to operate the budget that those who are supposed to oversee the implementation of that budget don't have any clue what he will be doing. That's the defense of the budget. You tell the people, I will be eating this, I will be sweeping this. Then they'll make sure what you say you will do with the money, you do it. But no. LBS Director Eugene Facon posted that nobody called him. This is the second man trying to struggle on why he didn't go. We thought we were bringing in a serious government. It turns out we are in a joking place. That's why the budget was passed more than 8G. Few hours apart from the so-called majority to the Senate. And I guess the president will sign it, further showing the president's no regard for the rule of law. This is the budget you are seeing. And just to end, Mame, thank you for posting that stuff up that you posted, further cementing my argument that there was no deal between Blue Carbon and the governor of Liberia. There were negotiations going on. And you posted on intergovernment agency communication from one government agency to the other. We got nothing to do with Blue Carbon. Blue Carbon didn't sign no deal, no agreement, no nothing, because there was things going on. At least we need to leave the campaign issue behind now and face the reality of governance. But it was a good show. And good thing, the chief came and he met, the Liberia that we need, other than what he thought he would have met here, unfortunately. But it's a sad time that we get a budget where the people didn't go to defend. Nobody knows, but there's budget. Sad time. Sorry, folks, I really don't need to move. I'm on the highway, as you can see. So I will leave the show for you to enjoy yourself.
You can go.
Thank you.
Chogon, do you have control to put up the signing ceremony of the Blue Carbon MOU? I just put it in the chat room. I just put it in the chat room so I can show you the finance minister and the Blue Carbon people standing together, showing the picture of the signing of an MOU between Blue Carbon and the government of Liberia. I want you to put that picture up if you can, but if you cannot, put up the letter that was up first. I don't know whether you the one did it. You did it? You muted, Chukon.
I say I got it up.
Oh, okay. So if you can, please put it up for me. Good. That letter, it reads, let me read it for you. FDA, is writing to PPCC. I present my compliments and request the issuance of no objection for the sole sourcing of procurement based on section blah, 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 in favor of Blue Carbon Limited, United Arab Emirates-based company. You get that? I present my compliment and request the issuance of no objection for the sole sourcing of Blue Carbon United Arab Emirates-based company. Take it down. Thank you. If you get the other picture of Samuel Twe, I've just sent it to you, of Samuel Twe and the Blue Carbon people signing the MOU, you can put it up. If not, I will share it on Facebook. The point I'm trying to make is they enter into a formal MOU between Blue Carbon and the government of Liberia. To today, no Liberian beside a few people have seen that MOU. But they announced it. The whole country went wild. You get it already?
No, I'm not seeing a photo.
But you in the chat room?
No.
Oh, okay.
In the other chat.
That agreement took the whole time. Nobody making new news here. Everybody saw a Blue Carbon 50 million or around 30 billion. Whatever number they put to it. What I was trying to establish was we had a government who care less about putting in place system to safeguard resources. All they needed was get somebody from UAE, bring them and give them forest resources. That was wrong. When the land blew, they pulled back, but they were waiting to win and resuscitate Blue Carbon. Unfortunately, they lost. And thank God they lost. And thank God they're not coming back. When Remy Gray, you can conclude, and then the Brother Chokon will take over.
You know, my brother, hold on, let me see. I think it's Chokon, maybe you need to mute yourself or so. I'm getting a feedback, terrible feedback. So, you know, Mohammed, these are all the evil things that were done yesterday in our government. And some of us who supported this administration felt some of these things were of the past. You know, these are some of the public positions you take, the thing that you have transitioned to CDC. Look, I would have been a party stalwart of the CDC if I wanted to join them from day one, before even George Weah, when they had their meeting here in Minneapolis. I jumped off that bus the moment I observed that Mr. Weah was the one that was going to head it. Not that I don't like Mr. Weah, but I just felt that it was going to be a boo-boo gang. A boo-boo gang is, you know, just like a football team is owned by one person. Anything they say, that's it. So I didn't want that. I'm too loose for that, okay? Because my days in the military was yes, sir. So after I earned my freedom, once I was retired, I feel I should have some autonomy over my life. Well, let's say this. Fast forward to this administration, now we're seeing some of those same evil of the past, you know, manifesting themselves out today. For instance, people have ignored PPCC for as much as $22 million that were allotted in that those emergency spending or those out budget spending. $22 million to fix road. No PPCC intervention. That's, you can equate that to some of these kinds of issues you're raising.
No, but you can say no PPCC intervention, Remy.
Well, we do have some of those things, and even the minister of what you call it, public work, sent his apology forward for some of those things that were done out of the PPCC control. He sent. We all know we can find some of those records. It's not a matter of telling me that nothing of this sort happened, because I know it happened. And where people were going, like for instance, when Mr. They now, when Miguel came on the air one time to dispute the fact that at the Lands and Mines, of course, the instruction was given that before you approve of any of those kinds of concession, it has to be done within the mansion. The executive mansion was, we still have some of those kinds of practices going on today, and that's why we have some of us have differences. If those who are thinking that we oppose the CDC government only because it was a CDC government and will glorify the Unity Party if they're doing similar thing, they got it wrong. For me, I'm a loose cannon. I always say that. That's why I'm not a staunch party person, because I know once you go at the party level, you've sold your soul, and I don't want to be that individual. So I close this to say, if anybody were expecting that I will carry the chamber because it's the Unity Party, they have it wrong. Conor Gray here is a guy I always like to be in the middle, because you know what? There I figured I can defend my autonomy, my freedom, and my non-alignment. When you see me supporting a side, it's because it's the better of the evil or the lesser of the evil. But don't expect me to be a town crier or battle crier behind your party. Not gonna happen.
Thank you.
All right.
Chokon, you can take over. Thank you for the time, Chokon. Thank you so much. I know you're late in Liberia now, but just take over from us.
Thank you so much, folks. If you're just joining us, you're still listening to Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1 FM, and other frequencies across the country. It has been, a great discussion here this evening on the platform with our guest, the executive director of the Liberia of the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, Dr. Yakwagulo, and the rest of the team. So we'll return to the line to take few calls quickly on this rice distribution. Like I said earlier on from the beginning of the show, that the Spoon Foundation in collaboration with Nemani Foundation, making this distribution of rice for our people out there, and also the Fuller Progressive Union and Servant Organization. They also made contribution to this endeavor, to this effort to have rice for our people. So keep your calls coming in. We want to take a couple of calls until we hand down this program, but before then, let's have some time here together that you will call in so that you can get your one man one call. Yeah, one man one bag of rice on Monday. The distribution will resume on Monday. Started on today. The Christmas rice distribution will be here at the compound of Spoon FM, right here at the intersection of Congotown Back Road and the main Tottenham Boulevard. My name is Trokon Flama, and I'm gonna be taking your call 0777 1075, 0555 101075. Let's go here this evening. Oh, hello, good. Hello.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Hello.
Yes, it's in the morning now. Let's hear you.
I'm Richie.
Richie who?
Richie Tour. I call you from 12 Horses Community.
Richie
Tour. Tour. T-O-U-R.
T-O-U-R. Richie Tour. What's your number, Richie?
0886.
0886.
8.
Come again?
28.
28.
790.
7990. Thank you so much, Richie Tour. And we take this other person here. Hello, good evening.
Hello?
Yes, good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Bamba S. Duclair from Central Matari.
You say who?
Bamba S. Duclair from Central Matari.
Vamba.
Sekou Duclair.
Vamba.
VAMBA.
Yeah, VAMBA. Vamba.
Sekou Duclair.
Okay. Okay.
My number is 0776
0776
1818
1818
18903 now. 18903 now.
Okay, 18903 and 9.
Yeah, that is
189039.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Hello, good evening, welcome. Yes, President. Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah, your name.
How you doing?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Josiah Fode, calling from real life.
Josiah Food.
Yeah.
Okay. FODY. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, your number, please.
Hello.
Your number, please.
088 077.
Oh, 0.
Yeah, 077.
077.
Yeah, 68.
077.
077 6868.
68.
Yes. 68. Yeah. Yeah. 444.
444.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. We'll take another person here. Hello. Good evening. Welcome. Hello. Good evening. Welcome.
Hello.
Yes. Let's hear you. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm Wabo Lamini.
Your name?
Yeah, I'm Wabo Lamini. I'm calling from radio.
Come again.
Wabo Lamini.
Wabo?
Yeah.
Wabo. How do you spell your Wabo?
WORBOR.
Okay.
LAMINE.
All right. Your number, please.
0555.
0555.
70.
Come again.
0555 70.
70.
97.
97.
92.
92. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
This person. Hello, good evening. Welcome.
Hello.
Wait for your radio, please.
Yeah. 086.
Your name again. Come again. Take time. Take your own time.
Yeah.
Wait for me. All right. Episode 20. 0886.
Yeah, 14.
14.
Yeah, 17.
17.
27.
27. Thank you. Another person here. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Your name, please.
Francis Duo.
Francis
Duo.
Duo.
DUO. DUO.
EUO. Okay, Duo.
Yeah.
Your number, please.
775.
70775.
417.
417.
417.
417
337.
417 337. Thank you so much. Hello, good evening to this person here. You're on this line. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, your name, please.
My name is Carmen Bagori.
Come again.
Carmen Bagori.
Okay. Carmen Bakoli.
Yes.
Okay. Your number, please.
0555
0555
1075 37.
1075 37.
1075 37.
Okay, Bakoli. Thank you. Hello. Just move away from your monitor, please. Your name, please.
John calling you from Granted More County to represent the Fabric.
You say who?
John calling you from Granted More County to represent the Fabric.
John Colley. Okay, your number, please.
Choko.
Yeah, your number, please.
Yeah, Choko, I didn't call for West Benin. I called to express our disappointment in the Unity Party that we voted for, and I was speaking to the student class. Let it try to advise the president to do.
But we are not talking politics here now. Wait for the panelists to come on when they accepting call on that one. Hello? People get to ask for take that Christmas rest bring politics here. Hello, good evening.
I'm the fan. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, I'm Mr. Bagon. I'm Mr. Bennett Bagon.
Who?
I'm Mr. K. Bennett Bagon.
Dennis Bagon.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Bagon, Barcon, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, your number, please.
0776
0776
1486
1486
8607.
07. Thank you, Bagon. Go to this
Thank you, sir.
person here. We'll take this person. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Your name, please.
My name is Imenisoluka.
Come again.
Imenisoluka Popo.
What?
Imenisoluka Popo.
Please spell that name, please.
Abeda EMANE.
EMANE.
SOLUK.
SOLUKU. Okay, your number. 0776
68
58 68
31
31.
57
What?
57
Call the number one at a time.
0776
568
yeah
31
31
31 and what?
yeah 57
57. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, your name, please.
Prince.
Prince, calling from where?
Yeah. I'm calling from Basatan.
Prince.
AKOR.
Prince.
Akwe.
AKOR.
OR. Yeah.
Your number
07770
07770
47
47
124.
1 2
24.
and 4. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you. We're moving gradually. This line. Hello. Good evening. Welcome.
Hello.
Good morning. Yes. Let's hear you.
My name is Annie. I'm calling from ELA of Carnation.
Yes. This one. Go ahead. You say who again?
Annie Jessica calling from ELA of Carnation.
Annie.
Jessica.
Annie Zika.
Yeah.
D Zika.
Yes.
Your number, please.
778
778
Yes, 63
63
2040.
20 and 40. Thank you so much, Shani. Okay, we'll next we'll go to this line. Take this person. Hello, good evening. Welcome. Hello, good evening. Okay. We'll take this person. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. How you doing, sir?
I'm okay. Welcome to the show. Your name and number, please.
My name is Hina Pele. Let me get a small call away. Yeah, Hina is Henah.
Henah. Hina.
Pele, Palay.
PAL.
Palay.
Piri. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Number, please, Mr. Piri.
0776
0776
21
Okay, 21 and what?
2628. 212628.
Thank you very much, Mr. Piri. We'll take this person here. Hello, good evening. Welcome. Let's hear you. Hello.
Yeah, hello?
You are live. Your name, please.
Yeah, Sylvester Kaba. UASS.
Widow. Okay.
UASS.
Wait. Professor Kaba. KABAH.
KBR.
Okay.
AR.
Kaba 0886.
UASS 828.
828
666.
666 and
828 666.
okay 0886 828 and 666. Thank you, Mr. Kaba. We'll take this other person here. Hello, good evening. Welcome.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, I'm Clarence K. Mambo calling from Ghana.
You say who?
Clarence K. Mambo calling from Ghana.
Clarence Mombo.
Mambo, MAMBU.
OMEN.
BU.
Mambo.
Yeah.
Number, please.
077
077
34.
34.
Sorry. 077 003481.
0034 and 8 and 1.
Right.
Thank you, Mambo. We'll take this person. Hello, good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, how are you, sir?
Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Suleiman Barry.
Come again. You say your name is
My
what?
name is Suleiman Barry. I'm calling from Clarata.
Please spell your name, please.
SOUL.
You say
Suleiman. Solomon.
Solomon?
Yeah, Solomon.
Ah, yeah. Maybe you calling. I thought it sounded different. Sorry. Okay. Solomon Barry, right?
Yeah, exactly so.
I mean, your name very easy. And you calling it different.
No, that the French program says Suleiman, but it's Solomon.
I mean, we say Solomon in la bro, not French.
Exactly.
Your number, please.
077.
077 what? 0778
57.
0778 57.
Yeah, Fafa. 33.
5533.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll take another person here. Hello, good evening, welcome.
Hello?
Oh, I think. Hello.
Yeah, my name is very sorry.
If we continue like that, we will not continue with you.
Hello, my name is very sorry. Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, hello?
Your name what?
My name is very sorry.
Moses?
Basic, USSEY.
Oh, Bese.
Yeah.
BASA1. That's Bese Soiree.
Sorry. Yeah? Hello?
Your number?
0776
0776
088
088
963.
963. Okay. It's a sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, good evening, welcome. Hello, good evening. Hello.
Hello.
Let's hear you, welcome.
My name is Ansumana Sambola.
You say what?
Ansumana Sambola.
Spell your name, please.
AN ANSU MANA.
Ansumana what?
T in the middle. SAM
Sambula.
Yeah, BOLA.
Okay. Your number, please.
086
0 what?
0886
0886
6 32
32
10
10
58
58. Thank you. Hello, good evening. Hello, welcome.
Yeah, this is Emmanuel Thomas from Banavik, Johnsonville.
Banaville, Johnsonville. You say who? Emmanuel?
Tamba.
Okay, Emmanuel Tamba. Okay.
You get it?
Okay.
Hello?
Your number,
hello?
Please.
0775.
0775.
You get it?
0775. What next?
0775.
Come again?
0775
08.
Yes. 29.
29.
37.
3 and 7. Thank you.
Yes.
Hello, good evening. Welcome. Let's take this person here. Hello, good evening. Welcome. Hello.
Yeah,
Let's hear you. Welcome.
yeah, hello. My name is Julito Josh.
Who, Josh?
Julito Josh. It's Julutoe.
Julugoe.
Yeah, Josh.
Okay. Okay. Your number
0770
0770
14.
14.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
31
31
24.
and 24. Thank you, Mr. Josh. We'll take this other person on the orange line. Hello, good evening.
Hello, how are you, sir?
Yeah, welcome. Let's hear you.
Thank you.
Your name, please.
Yes, Ruben K.
You say who?
Ruben, Reuben.
Reuben. Ruben.
K in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Karya.
Korya.
Karya.
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 Okay. Your number, please.
0777
0777
145
145
450.
45 Thank you. Okay, we have this person on this line. Hello, good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Apis Kennedy.
Akwe?
Yeah, Akwe AKOR.
AKOR. Akwe Kennedy.
Kennedy. K-U-N-E-D-Y.
Okay, Kennedy, your number, please.
0886
0886
92
Okay, 992
09
09
28.
28. Thank you.
0886 9209 28.
Okay, Kennedy, who got it? Hello, good evening. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, President Namwe.
Francis?
Francis Namwe.
Okay, Francis Nangwe. Wait. Okay, 077 0 0770
336945.
3369 and
45.
45. Thank you so much for calling. Those who are calling, keep your calls coming in. We just have a few more minutes to just hang out here until we can hand down the show. The process continues on tomorrow until Monday, which time the distribution of the rice will resume on Monday morning on the compound of the Spoon group of companies right here in Congo Town. So yeah, maybe you can take about 5 more person. I mean, take this person here. Hello, good evening. Come on. This. Hello.
Hello.
Let me take you. Okay. Hello. Good evening.
Hello.
Hello. Your name, please.
Yeah, my name is Naomi.
Naomi.
Yeah, but there's normal registering my name anyway.
Now me who?
Hello?
Now me who? Your last.
DOU.
Now me June.
DOU.
DOU. Now me duo.
Yeah.
All right. Your number
0888
088
444.
444
Yeah, 269.
269. Thank you. Now me
269.
Yeah, 26 now. I got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Take this person here. I have 4 more to go. Hello. Hello. Okay. We can't get you. Take this person. Hello. Hello. Okay. Hello. Good evening. Welcome.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, Alice Flomo calling from Welcome.
You say who?
Alice Flomo.
Alice.
Yeah, Flomo.
Okay. Alice Flomo. Your number, please, Miss Flomo.
0776
0776
86
86
21.
21
Yes,
21
31.
and 3 and 1. Thank you, Miss Flomo.
Okay.
Hang. Bring in this right. Hello, good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm Jerry P. Masagwa.
Jerry.
Yeah,
Jerry Masakwa.
yeah.
UUOR. Okay, your number, please.
0770
0770.
6
Come again.
66
6
66 66.
56
No, 66.
66.
I see.
And what?
56 again.
56
Yes, 56.
58.
Yeah,
Thank you, Miss.
that number for me.
Okay. Thank you so much. We'll take another person here. Hello, good evening.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm okay. Your name, please.
I'm Christopher F. Ketor.
Christopher.
Yeah, F. Ketor.
Christopher.
F in the middle.
S.
F in the middle.
And him. Last name.
Ketor, the last name.
Ketor.
Ttor. Ttor.
Okay. Petor.
Yeah, Ketor.
Okay, your number, please.
0775
0775
23
23
91
91
07.
07. Thank you so much. Okay, we 5 or one more person and we have to go. Hello, hello.
Yeah, yeah, good evening.
Okay, we have.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Let's hear your name quickly.
It's James Cardier from Oro.
James Gadi.
Yeah.
GRDEAH. Okay, your number, please.
0777
0777
22
22
72
72
03.
03. Mr. Gadi, thank you so much. So we say thank you those who tried calling and did not get through. Tomorrow we're gonna be here again. On Monday, the rice distribution will resume. Those who call in, you have to come here to get your one bag of rice on the compound of the Spoon Group of Companies. My name is Strokon Flammer. Been here with you. Our team has also been here, and the there were some interesting discussions held. And aside from that, like I said earlier on, the Spoon Foundation, in collaboration with the Numeni Foundation, they decided to do this for the people of Liberia, to get rice for the Christmas and to be able to just get something to eat. And the Fulani, Progressive Union and 7 organizations, they contributed to this entire rice distribution. So we say many thanks for being there. We are out of time. We have to go, and tomorrow our team will be here again to provide you the opportunity at which time you will call in, and then when you call, you will have your name and number collected for the other batch of the distribution. So we say thank you so much for listening to Spoon Talk. Those who listen, those who are following, we say thank you. Those who are religious followers of this show, we want to say thank you for being there. My name is Strokon Flammer, and I've been here in your company. That's how we like to go home on today's edition of the program. Wish you Merry Christmas with Spoon Network. Your Christmas gonna be, quite interesting.
Just for you and no. If the children crying for starvation, just don't just for. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't just for. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, don't just for. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't just for. You want to know what happening in the ministry, don't just for. Don't just for. Don't just for. You from Funjema, Maryland, don't just for. Don't just for.